All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need my C group cars. C group cars to the lanes, please. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. C group cars. C group cars. Your time is now. You are out first. I need you to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Lanes 1 and 2 will be used for impound today. Lanes 1 and 2 will be used for impound today. So again, I need C as in Charlie. C group. C as in Charlie. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Please come prepared and ready to go. We will more likely send you down the racetrack in about 5 to 7 minutes. So C group cars. C group cars. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. C group cars. C group cars. C is in Charlie. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Lanes 1 and 2 will be used for impound, so when you pull into the lanes, please do not pull into lanes 1 and 2. I need you to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And as if we turned on the water, here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, we're less than 10 minutes away from going hot here at Byron Dragway, day number 2 of 6 Summer, presented by TBM Brakes. The live stream being brought to us by our friends Rick at Gear Vendors Overdrive. We appreciate all of you calling in sick. By show of hands, people that are in the grandstands, don't worry, we don't have a camera pointed at you, but be honest, who called in sick to work today? Who told your boss you couldn't make it? We got at least 1, 2, 3 people that look like they're boisterous enough to admit it. Thank you. The rest of you, stop lying to yourself. All right, drivers in lanes 3 and 4. Drivers in lanes 3 and 4, start making your final preparations. We will be live on the racetrack in less than 10 minutes. So drivers in lanes 3 and 4, drivers in lanes 3 and 4, start making your final preparations and start getting suited. We will have you on the racetrack actually in probably less than 7 minutes. As soon as the tractor comes off, we will do our invocation, our national anthem, and we will go live online. Once again, for everybody that is here, feel free to let your friends and family know, hey, I made it to the racetrack, you didn't, na-na-na-na-na, and then let them know that they can watch online on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel. Thanks to our friends at Gear Vendors Overdrive. Once again, Tom Bailey YouTube channel, B-A-I-L-E-Y, to watch all the action here at 6 Summer, day number 2. We are going to do an intro here in just a minute. Our good friend Don O'Neill down on the starting line, and then we will get things rolling.
Train of thought down here in my eardrum. Welcome to day number 2, 6 Summer 2023, presented by TBM Brakes, live stream by Gear Vendors Overdrive. You hear the tractors behind us. We're getting ready. We're here on a sunshine day at Byron Dragway. Yesterday, well, let's just say, just a little slightly uneventful. No huge issues if you've been following along since Sick Week down in Florida. Day one, we had all kinds of carnage. Yesterday, no problems. Had 5 6-second cars on racetrack. Today, all 5 still here. Now, highlight of the day yesterday, yes, I know. Alex, Steve Morris. I get all that. A naturally aspirated car went in the 740 range in the Midwest in the summer. Today, last night, got a little bird. He says he's going to go a little quicker here today as the weather starts to change. It's going to start cooling off here in the middle of the week. Is it going to be fun? Absolutely. The energy, I'm getting goosebumps. It's starting to pick up. Yesterday, people were just trying to get through the day. Nice, easy drive last night. Nobody went to jail. Everybody showed up. We're going to get ready to roll into day number 2, Sick Summer, presented by TBM Brakes, the live stream. Thank you very much, gear vendors. Folks, let's get after it right now.
All right, once again, my first call has gone out for C Group. C is in Charlie, C Group. We're getting ready to run with you. The tractor will come off the racetrack here in just a few minutes. Once again, my impound, lanes 1 and 2, inbound, lanes 1 and 2 is open for you. Inbound cars, lanes 1 and 2 is open for you. Inbound cars, lanes 1 and 2 is open for you.
You brought your chair out too today? Jeez Louise, living the high life. I can't complain. I had air conditioning in my truck last night, so I was told I was cheating too.
So once again, my inbound/quarantine drivers, inbound/quarantine drivers, just so everybody is on the same page. You're using lanes 1 and 2 today. Quarantine cars, lanes 1 and 2 today. Looks like we are getting our final track prep done. All right, drivers in lane 3, we're going to get started here with you in just a few minutes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, everybody that is here on the property, thank you so much for coming out to be part of day number 2 of our first annual Sick Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. We appreciate everybody that is here on the property. All the people that are jumping online right now, thank you so much. Already over 2,000 people strong. Again, please make sure you turn your volume down, because I will be at this volume level more than likely all day today. So if you have your earbuds in, here's your official warning. So before we get things started, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tradition before we get things rolling at any racetrack that I visit. So I would ask that you all please rise and remove your headgear as we will do our invocation followed by our national anthem. If you would bow your heads with me, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you today to enjoy the greatest sport on our planet, drag racing, here at Drag and Drive and Sick Summer. We ask that you please bless everybody that is here on the property. We ask that you keep everyone safe as they race, as they watch, and as they drive home or to our next destination. We ask that you keep all these people in your good graces. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Please remain standing and attention direction towards the flag as we play our national anthem.
So proudly we hailed
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We are going to get things started here on day number 2 of 6 Summer, brought to us by TBM Brakes. Live stream brought to us by our good friend Rick and his group at Gear Vendors Overdrive. For everyone that is live and online, we are climbing towards the 3,000 mark. For all of you that are joining us in the chat, thank you so much. I see Fake Tom has already made an appearance, and I say that with some sarcasm because that is real Tom. Oh, you're Fake Tom. Okay. I need to make sure I realize who's real Tom and who's Fake Tom. Once again, for everybody joining us here on the property today, thank you so much. Let's get things started. Pass out the ammunition. Let's go to battle. Day number 2. All right, so our first pair out, the 65 Nova up against the Challenger. To get us started, Dean Teppan, 1965 model Chevy Nova. He has done quite a few drag and drives in the white car, right-hand side. He will face off with the Challenger. On the opposite side of the racetrack, that's Rick Callahan. Callahan in the 2020 model Dodge Charger. He's running in the Bullseye class, so he wants to get something with a 79 at the end of it. Now keep in mind, they are running side by side, but they are running for their own personal time. This is not a, I beat you to the finish line unless it's just an added bonus. To the stripe they go. 1048 at 128 for the late model Mopar. 1119 at 117 for Dean Teppan in the Nova. Once again, this is my C. C is in Charlie group. So these are the cars that are 10 flat and slower. We break them up based on ETs and prep. Quarantine, lanes 1 and 2 is open for you. Quarantine, lanes 1 and 2 is open for you. That will bring up the Ford pickup truck against the Dodge Dart Swinger next. Tom Keeper, 1994 model Ford F-150. Thankfully, Tom came up and told me how to say his name correctly. I need all the help I can get on this week. He will face off with the Dodge Dart Swinger. That is Michael Turner, 1970 model Swinger. Pickup truck got all the pickup, and he goes 1076 at 125. 1186 at 113 for Michael Turner in the Dodge Dart Swinger. I believe both of them running the dial your own class. Yes, they are, which basically means the time slip that you hand in on day 1 is what we judge you by. And I say judge with quotation marks around it. We don't judge harshly. But basically, when you run your first pass and what you turn in on day 1, you want to try to stay as close to that as possible. That's what we call dial your own. It gives everybody their own personal index to go after. Jason Bertrand coming up, the 1964 model Chevrolet Chevelle, the first year they built them, will face the 2020 model Mustang GT on the right-hand side. Classic Chevy will go down left side. Modern Coyote Mustang will go down right side. Chevy out in front, and he will get there first. 1059 at 127, 1133 at 126 for the Mustang of Nicholas Sarajou. How about the beautiful aqua-colored Real Super Sport 1970 model Chevelle, right-hand side of the racetrack. It is a naturally aspirated big block hot rod, and he will face the Coyote-powered Mustang, left side of the racetrack. Tom Brett's in the Mustang on the left-hand side. Tom has done quite a few of Hot Rod Drag Week as well as SICK events. So again, you just get to see a great variety of both early and late model cars and trucks when you do a drag and drive, as everybody kind of has their own beat to march to. Some prefer power adders, some prefer naturally aspirated, some prefer modern, some prefer classics. You'll see a little bit of everything. We even have a 1930 model A Ford hot rod with a blown small block and twin carburetors on it. Yeah, you'll see that here in just a little bit. So Brett's in the 2018 model Mustang going down left-hand side. Ken Cuddle Jr. going down in the Chevelle. Cuddle goes 10.66 with a 6 on the end of it at 124. 10.01 at 131 for Tom Bretz. That's perfect. He's trying to get as close to 10 flat as he can and did just that. Modern versus classic Chevy battle coming up next. And a lot of you may take a look at it out of the burnout and say, well, the Camaro might be what I would vote for. This little Chevy 2 Nova over on the left-hand side, it doesn't look like anything. It looks like a grandma special. It's got the dog dish hubcaps and what have you. Yeah, this is a low 10-second hot rod naturally aspirated on a small block. This is Chris Van Wergen. He's over on the left-hand side. The Camaro on the right-hand side is going to get a good view of him as he goes down the racetrack as he let go on the starting line first. David Morahan in the stick shift Camaro will play second fiddle, goes 12.19 at 120. Chris goes 10.31 at 130 in the Chevy 2 Nova. Again, another perfect example of classic versus modern hot rods coming to the starting line right here. The 1930 Model A up against the Dodge Challenger over on the right-hand side. Lloyd Church in the 2022 Model Challenger. That's the Hellcat. He's going to line up against the 1930 Model A. John Mortensen. He's running a bullseye challenge, so he's looking for something with a 79 at the end of it. He goes 10.65. It's a little too quick, 108. 10.74, 126 with some change for Lloyd Church in the 2022 Hellcat Challenger. All right, so I have been told by Warren, and I have no reason to doubt what he says. If you have a parts call, instead of coming to the second floor of the tower today and letting me know directly about it, we would ask that you go to the top floor of the tower, let Tanya and her crew know about it, and they will get you squared away, and I'll make the announcements as necessary. How about a 1964 Plymouth coming up left-hand side against the third-gen Camaro over on the right-hand side? Nice little wheels up on the left-hand side. Camaro trying to stay with him right-hand side, and actually the Camaro's starting to pull ahead, and we'll get there first. 10.42 at 134, 11.33 at 116. His crew guy says, yep, that's good. We'll take that. So Nathan Hines in the street race category going 10.42, 134, 11.33 at 116 for the Mopar of Chuck Sorensen. That's a 1964 Valiant that he ran. How about a couple of classic Chevys next? 1968 model Chevy Chevelle against the third-gen Nova. Edward Tilrock in the 68 model Chevelle. That's the blue car on the right-hand side. He'll face off with the satin black Chevy Nova. John Minchuk, the 72 over on left-hand side. He's running in the naturally aspirated category. Chevelle gets there first, 10.51, 130, 11.76 at 115 for the Nova. Couple of cool hot rods coming up next. The Ford LTD station wagon. And this thing's going to surprise a few of you. This is Chuck Hoekstra, 1978 model. And it's going to run a little quicker than you might think. And he will face off against Rovek Ahuja out of the Yukon. He drove over 5,000 miles to participate on SIG Week earlier this year. That is an Oldsmobile-powered Oldsmobile. 1967 model left-hand side. And the wagon giving him all he can handle right now. Top end. How about 10.03 at 133 for Rovek? 10.10 at 134 for the wagon. And as I said, that would probably surprise a few of you. You look at that wagon and say, that doesn't look like a low 10-second hot rod. We'll bring up a third-gen Camaro and police pursuit vehicle Caprice next. The police pursuit vehicle is Corey Rusak, 2014 model Caprice. The Camaro left-hand side goes 1026 at 136. That's Tyler Sandu. He's running the Dial Your Own class. Rusak is running the street race class with his Caprice. He goes 1263 at 110. Little two-lane blacktop themed 55 Chevy coming up next on right side of the racetrack against the purple SN95 design Mustang. Marty Pixler will stage up the 210 sedan 55. And the Mustang driver is Cole Reimars. Reimar's a 96 model Mustang. He'll stage up left side. They leave the starting line almost together. Chevy starting to pull ahead by about half a car length. But the Mustang gets back around him. Good side-by-side race right there. 1173 left side, 1175 right side as they battled side-by-side all the way down the racetrack. Couple of classic hot rods coming up next, the 55 Chevy and the 62 Pontiac Tempest. Yeah, this is before they made them into the 64 A-body platform where the Chevelle, the Tempest GTO, the Cutlass, and the Buick Skylark all shared the same body style. This was the smaller design. 62, they call it ill-tempered. Wheelbase off with the all windows. 55 Chevy. Kevin Cologne in the Tempest. Darwin Peterson in the Chevy. The Chevy gets there first, 1014 at 129 right side, 1091 at 119 for the ill-tempered Tempest, left-hand side of the racetrack. Once again, lanes 1 and 2 for quarantine. Lanes 1 and 2 for quarantine are open right now. Lanes 1 and 2 for quarantine. Lanes 1 and 2 for quarantine are open right now as we continue to roll through the C group. And it looks like we have already gotten through 2 lanes of them, and we just keep them coming. The patriotic station wagon will come up next, right-hand side, and the 4th gen Camaro will stage up left-hand side. The Camaro driver is Nathan McMaster, 2000 model Camaro. He's running the Dial Your Own class. The wagon is Barry Little. Little in the Mercury Zephyr wagon. Yeah, this is the upscale wagon from the Ford Standard LTD or Fairmont wagon. It just means it has more wood grain. It gives more of a plush feeling. That's what I'm told anyway. 1088 at 123 for the wagon. 1086 at 126 for the Camaro. That will bring up Ian Hogshead. A very, very familiar Chevy Nova. This car has run on several, and I mean in the double digits, drag and drive events. It is a very familiar car. So he'll stage up left-hand side. Right-hand side, the 96 Dodge Avenger. Nice was a the Avenger going down right-hand side. That's Michael Cole. Cole getting a front row seat for Hogshead to get there first. 1061 at 127 for the big block Nova. 1127 at 117 for the Dodge Avenger. How about a 1969 old school looking Dodge Dart? This is a recent revamp by the Hot Rod by Havelix group. Yeah, they literally just got this car together in less than a week's time before it came out here for 6 summer. It sat in mothballs for several years. They put it back together. He's going for low 10s here this week. They say they're still in the tuning phases of it. They haven't quite gotten all the, I don't want to say bugs worked out of it, but they definitely still have some work to do. 988 at 138. That is their first 9-second pass. I'm sure they're happy with it. Yeah, based on the fist bump, I'm going to go ahead and say, yep, that was a good pass. So 988 at 138 for the Dodge. 1210 at just 93 miles an hour for the Camaro. So the Camaro of Shane Bryant was trying to get to that 79 because he's running in the Bullseye Challenge, and he missed it by a little bit. The Dodge Dart on the other end, Anthony Wiseman running the Pro Dial Your Own class, and he's getting to where he needs to be as the car kept getting quicker and quicker into the 10-second range, and he went 10.06, I believe, yesterday was his best run, and just punched it down into the single digits right there. Here's another Nova that has been on a lot of drag and drives on the right-hand side. This is Steve Eden. The Eden family bringing out 2 Novas here this year. They also have a 1966 4-door Nova. How about the F-150 pickup truck, left-hand side? Don't sleep on the F-150 pickup truck. That thing will get down in a hurry, but he's going to do his best to try and stay next to the Nova. Ryan Bowden in the pickup truck. Steve Eden in the Nova in the pickup truck. Gets it done. 10:43 at 131 for the F-150. 11:15 at 119 for Steve Eden in the 1970 Chevy Nova. So a little bit of cleanup on the starting line before we send our next pair. We have gotten the all clear. Beautiful looking 2000 model Chevy Camaro with the orange accent stripe. The twin turbo LS powered hot rod will come up next, left-hand side. The 2008 Jeep SRT 8 Jeep will stage up right-hand side. Jay Hansen in the Jeep, he's running in the Dial Your Own class. He'll face off with Eric Majerkovic. Hopefully I get that right by the end of the week. It has way too many consonants and not enough vowels in it. Eric on the left in the Camaro. Jay on the right in the Jeep. Camaro gets there first, 10:42 at 130, 10:53 at 117. We'll bring up a 1972 model Olds Cutlass next left side against the 2017 VW Golf. You go, wait a second, what's a VW Golf doing out here? Well, this is Plan B. That's what he calls it. For David Barker, he was supposed to be bringing out his Dodge Charger, but he said he was still on back order for a bunch of parts, so he didn't want to give up and not go on 6 Summer. So this is Plan B. This is an all-wheel drive 2017 VW Golf, and before you laugh at it, it's been in the mid-11s. Probably surprised a few people. Steve Niles, who is celebrating his anniversary here this week, rolling in the Oldsmobile-powered 72 Oldsmobile Cutlass. One of 2 people that are actually celebrating anniversaries that I've been told this week. Side by side to the finish line they go, and the Olds gets there first. 11:37 to an 11:39 for the VW. Like I said, don't sleep on the VW, as both of them side by side on 11.3 second times. Mike Capitano, the 2013 Mustang next, the black car on the left side of the racetrack. He'll face the 1988 model Fox Mustang on the right side. That is Douglas Negil. He ran out of the room in the engine bay, so he just left the hood off and said, well, everybody can kind of see what I'm working with here. He didn't want to carve it up. He figured he'd just put it on display. Doug has been thrashing on this car to get it done for 6 Summer. And it looks like he is still working on it. He did okay yesterday and ran in the 10s, but some of these cars that have the turbo setups on them, they're not getting the bump button to work. So they're having issues with that. I don't know if Doug is necessarily having an issue on this run. Now they're ready. The pair of Mustangs leaves the starting line. Doug left the stripe second, but he's going to arrive first. Doug goes 977 at 130, 1099 with a 5 at the end of it at 126 for the left-hand side. As we are getting started here in the early morning hours, and right now I'm sure the air is pretty solid. As a matter of fact, we had some people ask on the live stream yesterday, so to kind of head them off at the pass, I'll just go ahead and check and see what the air is at this point. When I say what the air is, I mean the density, altitude, how good the air is as far as oxygen content and so forth. As yesterday we were running at about 2,200 feet in the afternoon, which is not great but not bad for summertime conditions. Doug Carlson in the 74 Chevy Nova, the red car on the right side. He's running the Bullseye Challenge. He will face the pickup truck left-hand side. That's Anthony McDowell. He's running in Pro Street. Anthony with the 1967 C10. And Anthony having some problems. You see the black smoke coming out of the pickup truck, so might have hit the gas pedal and didn't get what they wanted out of it. The Nova having no problem. Goes 1085. That's not a bad pass at 123. For a 79 Bullseye, that means that he's 0.06 of a second above the Bullseye. That's not a bad lap. Not sure if it'll get him into the top 3, but it's a good opener. 1451 for the pickup truck. We'll probably see them back around again. So for those of you that are interested, here's what we're working with for air so far. It is currently, according to Air Density Online, it is 70 degrees, 55% humidity, a 30 flat barometer, 30.00. 61 grains of water, which is a little more than what we were working with yesterday, and a dew point of 53 degrees, which is also a little more than yesterday, for an 1,870-foot density altitude corrected. So depending on what you look at, that is probably in the ballpark of about 0.2 slower than what you would run at what we would call sea level. Our next pair, Mustang versus Nova. The Nova is John Christensen, 1970 model Nova, running Dial Your Own. He's running Jason Turner. Turner goes 11 flat with a 1 on the end of it at 123, 1121 at 118 for the Chevy Nova. Here comes Ed Esner, Fast Eddie, in the Mustang that he calls the Instigator. Ladies and gentlemen, this car right now has laid claim to the quickest and fastest naturally aspirated pass ever in drag and drive history. Now, it's not official until he finishes the week, but James Doc McIntyre with the C-Red 68 Camaro has been the guy to beat in naturally aspirated drag racing for drag and drive for quite a few seasons. Well, Fast Eddie said, hold my beer and watch this. Yesterday went 749 at 182 miles an hour naturally aspirated. That's right, no blower, no nitrous, no turbos. 749. He's obviously looking for a one and done here. He'd love to be able to clock a good run and then put it back together to go on the street. That's a good one, 1460 foot. 484 to the 8th mile. Top end scoreboard says 751 at 183.92, and I'm going to say that is a one and done. They'll pack it up and head for the next racetrack. Only 200ths away from what he ran yesterday, and again, unofficially, I'm going to say that's a one and done, and he packs it up and heads to the next racetrack. So a 749 yesterday, 751 today. Little Chevy Malibu station wagon, the turbocharged hot rod doing the burnout right-hand side, will face the 2017 model Nicky Camaro. This has been a low 10-second player this week. So Biff Rollins of the 79 Malibu, call it kind of a tangerine orange color over on the right-hand side. Left-hand side is Thomas Betweiser in the Camaro. Actually, no, that's Matt Peckham in the Camaro. I was one line off. Peckham having trouble off the starting line, letting the wagon get clear around him. And Biff Rollins will get to the finish line way in front. 10:45 at 132 for the wagon. We got lots of 10-second wagons out here with us this week. 14:32 at just 69 miles an hour. That's not the fast that Matt Peckham wants, so more than likely we will see him back for another shot. Over 4,400 strong on the Gear Vendors Overdrive Tom Bailey live feed. We appreciate each and every one of you jumping on board. Lots of comments so far. We appreciate you watching with us here on Tuesday. We know some of you should be quote-unquote working, but obviously there's a lot of people here at the drag strip that called in sick. We appreciate y'all down with the sickness with us. Camaro versus Nova in our next battle. Third gen Camaro right side, Chevy Nova left side. They get them bumped in and get the clean and green tree. Jeremy Kroger in the 72 Nova left-hand side. The Camaro of David Black right-hand side. And Black gets there first, 1058 at 138, 1087 at 120 for the Chevy Nova left side. Once again, we have people that are using working in quotation marks on the online stream. Adam Dory said, oh, there he is. I knew Adam had to comment and say working indeed. So Adam, the official announcer for Rocky Mountain Race Week, who joined me for our 2 sick weeks, both last year and this year. But Adam, we're missing you this week. I'll do my best to try to keep the energy level up and not lose my voice before the end of the week, even though you and I both know that that's an exercise in futility. TJ Hodge will come up in the 65 Mercury Comet. That's the blue hot rod on the left side of the racetrack, and the stick shift Camaro, the third gen hot rod, over on the right-hand side. That's Nicholas Martino. Martino running in the naturally aspirated class. As both of them off the starting line, looking for 10-second passes as they head to the finish line. And they will both get them. 1068 at 133 for the Mercury, 1089 at 123 for the Chevy Camaro. As it looks like we are just about done with our first session of C Group cars. We have run lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And now we're going to come back to lane number 3. So lane number 3, suit up, please. Lane number 3, suit up, please. C Group, you have 10 minutes to report to the lanes. C Group, you have 10 minutes to report to the lanes when we close session number 1. 9:40, we will close the lanes to C Group. 9:40, we will close the lanes to C Group. So if you want to get your first pass in this morning and don't want to wait for the all run, we need you back now. Chevy Malibu, left side. Dodge Challenger, right side, as we start to see our first competitors come back for their second licks. Todd Kleeman in the 81 Malibu. The Granny Fresh Special, left-hand side. And Rick Callahan back around in the Challenger. Callahan goes 1089 at 100. He's running in the Bullseye Challenge, so he's a tenth of a second above the 79 that he needed to run. So it's not a bad lap. 1030 at 128 for Todd Kleeman's Malibu. We see Dean Teppin coming back around. He was the first guy down the racetrack right side in the 65 Nova. It's a little clean-looking small block car. I believe it's LS powered. The turbocharged 72 Chevy Chevelle will come up right-hand side. That's Ron Augustine. Augustine did Sick Week with us as well. It should be a 10-second hot rod if he gets everything hooked up right. Nice wheels on launches for both the classic Chevys. Chevelle out in front. Chevelle there first, 10:22, 125 for Augustine. 11:27 to 117, about a second behind for Teppin's entry. Aaron Glurkey. Glurkey in the purple Ranger, parachute equipped, 1994 model. This is a stick shift entry. Yeah, the stick shift Ranger pickup truck. He'll stage up right-hand side. The 1970 Dodge Dart Swinger coming around for their second shot at the racetrack, left-hand side. The Ranger banging gears like that thing owes him money as he goes down right-hand side of the racetrack. And Aaron to the finish line first, 10:16 at 133. I believe that's their best pass of the week so far. 1183 at 112 for the Dodge Dart Swinger. So ladies and gentlemen that are here on the property, keep in mind that we do have concessions on both sides of the racetrack. The cheese curd trailer is open and they have smoked brisket, Italian beef, sausages, cheeseburgers, loaded sidewinders, breakfast burritos. Okay, I'm going to set the mic down and I'll be right back. Just give me about 10 minutes. I'm going to go raid his stash. The 1970 Chevy Chevelle, the 2020 model Mustang GT attacking the racetrack one more time. Chevelle out in front. Chevelle there first. 1064, 125 right side. 1132, 124 for the Coyote-powered hot rod left-hand side. He went 1133 on his last pass, so staying pretty consistent there for Nicholas Saraju. Ken Cuttle Jr. also staying consistent with what he ran first time. Let's bring Chris Van Wergen back. The hubcap equipped low 10-second Chevy Nova left side and the blown supercharged 1930 Model A. We got people commenting on the live stream that say, wow, I'm hungry now. I don't know if we could feed it to you through the screen. 1011 at 133 for Chris in the Nova. 1070 at just 106 for the Model A. I believe the Model A is actually running in the Bullseye Challenge. He is, so he's trying to get to a 79 at the end of the number. He just went 1070, so he's a little too quick. Got close to it, but not quite yet. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. C Group, you have 4 minutes left to get to the lanes for the first session. C Group, you have 4 minutes left to get to the lanes for your first session. At this time, I will call A and B slick tire. A and B slick tire cars. I will take you to lane 6 and 7, please. A and B slick tire cars. A and B slick tire cars. To the lanes, please. A and B slick tire cars. A and B slick tire cars. The fast cars. I need you to the lanes, please. 1080 at 125 left side. 1231 at 124 for Jason Bertland, having problems in the Chevelle over on the right-hand side. Once again, lanes 1 and 2 are for quarantine. Lane 1 is for slicks. Lane 2 is for radials. So I have a clarification on that. I apologize. I was told both lanes 1 and 2 were used for quarantine, but with no further clarification. Now I have the clarification. Lane 1 is for slicks quarantine. Lane 2 is for radials quarantine. Drivers, when you come down the return road, if you can please go behind the bathrooms to avoid the spectators from the concession stands. It'll help. We want to make sure that everybody stays safe. Obviously, there's a lot of people out here today at Byron. We want to make sure that we keep everybody safe. And the Camaro driver trying to bump in left-hand side and can't do it. He went right through the tree. That's why the red light came on, so he won't get a time. The 64 Plymouth will go down right side, 1138 at 116. So I need A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. To lane 6 and 7, please. A and B group slick tire cars. A and B group slick tire cars. To the lanes, please. Nearly 5,000 people working online on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. All these people checking in from work. I appreciate it. Team Snow Work. Well, we got Melbourne, Australia checking in. Yes, I like it. So for those of you that ask what quarantine is, it's the same thing as inbound. Basically, if you are top 3 in your class, you go to a special pit area for quarantine where only you and your passenger are allowed to work on the vehicle. And it basically keeps a little sharper eye to keep everybody kind of on the up and up, so to speak. That's the quick and easy way to say it. So for those of you that are checking in live and online, I'm just going to let you know we have only one car that has come out of the left so far. That's Ed Esner. He went 751, so we have not run any of our real quick cars yet. This has been mostly 9 and 10 second cars that we've been running down the track. 1050 at 130 right side, 1187 at 112 for left side on the Chevy Nova. People calling in sick all week? Sounds good to me. All right, so I have my first parts call of the day. If anybody has a LS main side bolt, an LS main side bolt, come to the second floor of the tower and I'll put you in touch with the gentleman who needs it. If you have an LS side bolt, you can come to the second floor of the tower and let me know, or you can go and see Nick and Dave Deal. They have the copper colored with black hood Ford Mustang. 1032 at 114 left side, 1046 at 132 right side. And now we are starting to get some of our quick cars in the lanes. Once again, I have called A and B Group Slick Tire. A and B Group Slick Tire, lane 6 and 7. I also have some cars in my quarantine lanes, so some of our quick cars are going to be coming in here shortly. I see Port Richey, Florida checking in. That's not too far away from my hometown, relatively speaking. Couple of Chevys coming to the starting line next. Ian Hogshead coming up right-hand side in the big block Chevy Nova. We'll face off against Nathan McMaster and Ford J. Camaro. McMaster having trouble off the starting line, but Hogshead no problem at all. In the well-traveled, well-documented drag and drive Nova, goes 1061 at 126. Want to give him his full mile-an-hour credit. 1186 at 123 left side. For everybody that is online, go ahead and let us know where you are watching from. I see some of you that have already checked in and letting me know where you're watching from. So if you've already posted, that's cool. Just let us know where you're watching from. And please be honest. Obviously, I don't want to call out that you're watching from Denmark if you're not, but I see one person calling in from Denmark, and based on how their name is spelled, I'm tempted to believe them. I know where Adam Dory is checking in from. He's checking in from work. Quote unquote. Chevy Nova, Chevy Camaro going down the racetrack. 11:29 and 119 for Steve Eaton's hot rod. The Camaro goes 12:15 at 100. Once again, A and B Group Slick Tire. A and B Group Slick Tire. I need you to the lanes, please. A and B Group Slick Tire. A and B Group Slick Tire cars, lane 6 and 7. Ladies and gentlemen, hang on a minute. I see Cletus McFarland on the starting line. He's standing behind the VW Golf. Is this a sign? Is this the next car he's going to buy? I mean, he already has a Porsche, so I'm wondering if this is the next car he's looking at. Let's let the internet stir that one up a little bit. David Barker in the all-wheel drive 2017 VW Golf. He went 11:33 earlier. He's facing off with the Dodge Dart, the 69 Dodge Dart of Anthony Wiseman. Wiseman goes 1064 at 107. The VW slows to a 1271 at 113. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. Lanes are closed to C group. Lanes are closed to C group. Lanes are closed to C group cars. We will run out what remains. Lanes are closed to C group for your first session. At this time, I will take A and B group radial cars. A and B group radial cars. To lanes 8, 9, and 10, please. A and B group radial. A and B group radial. Lanes 8, 9, and 10, I need you now for your first session. A and B group radial. A and B group radial. Need you to the lanes at this time, please. 67 Chevy C10 pickup truck and 74 Chevy Nova will go down the racetrack next. Unfortunately for Anthony McDowell, he left before the tree was activated, so the pickup truck gets no time. 1078 at 125 for the Chevy Nova. 1/100th of a second under the bullseye challenge number. Oh, that's like pouring salt in the wound. 1078 and the bullseye is a 79. Doug Carlson is not going to like that time slip. All right, so I have packages for people at gate number 1, so please make sure you bring an ID with you so we don't want to hand your parts to the wrong person. Jason Turner, Pay Miker, and Guy Pate, you have packages at gate number 1. Our next pair on their way. Martino goes 1086 at 123 right side, 1162 at 117 for Cole Reimars in the 96 Mustang left side. And it looks like we might have something on the racetrack. as we have a couple of ambitious people, and one was a little bit more ambitious than the other. One of us realizes that this is a week-long deal. It is not a sprint, it is a marathon. So for those of you that are joining us here today, we went to Cordova Dragway yesterday. We are running here at Byron today. This is day number 2. Then Great Lakes Dragaway tomorrow, Tri-State Raceway on Thursday. Then we return to Cordova to wrap it all up. Once again, I have called A and B group slick tire cars lanes 6 and 7. I have called A and B group radial tire cars lanes 8, 9, and 10. A and B group slick tire cars to lanes 6 and 7. A and B group radial cars lanes 8, 9, and 10. My quarantine cars will use lanes 1 and 2. Quarantine will use lanes 1 and 2. Slick tire quarantine lane 1. Radial tire quarantine lane 2. For everybody that is checking in online, thank you so much for jumping on board and letting us know where you're watching from. For those of you that aren't aware of it already, we have 5 cars that have run in the 6-second zone yesterday. And as far as I know, all of them have made it here today. Chris Van Wert in the Nova going down left side. I believe this is his 3rd pass. 10:14 at 1:31. The 2017 ZL1 Camaro, who did not have a good first pass, rebounds nicely. 10:61 at 1:33 for Matt Peckham in the Nicky-based Camaro. As we are starting to get staging lanes full of cars, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not in a good place to watch, it would be a good idea for you to change that, as we are getting through a lot of the C group, and we are going to go to the fast cars here in just a little bit as we run out what remains in the lanes of our C group, and then we will go to the A and B group, the quick class for slicks, and then A and B group for radials. Both cars staged and ready, Camaro versus Mustang. A little bit of orange influence on both of them. One of them has just a little bit more than the other. Turbocharged hot rods, a pair of them. Eric Bajerdivert in the Camaro goes 10:42 at 1:31, 10:36 at 1:12 for the Mustang left-hand side. That's Douglas Neji. So a little bit of cleanup work on the starting line right-hand side. And we do have some drivers that are starting to fill into the lanes, as it looks like, yes, indeed. Slick tire lanes have cars in them. Radial tire has cars in them. And our quarantine lanes 1 and 2 have cars in them. Lots of great people out here today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much again for joining us here for day number 2 of 6 Summer, brought to us by our friends at TBM Brakes. And the live stream being brought to us by our friends at Gear Vendors Overdrive. Over 4,700 people watching from around the world. I've seen Denmark, Australia, now Canada, Western Australia checking in online. So for those of you that are online, I will check in when I can. Obviously, I need to keep my first job. My first job is not monitoring the internet as much as I'd like to, because I know there's a lot of enthusiasts out there watching along with us. So now we are going to put up on the live stream some of our stuff from the road. So for those of you that are joining along with us, whether you are a participant in the actual racing, you're a participant in our sick ward, or if you're just a fan that has checked out where our routes are and you want to be part of the action, if you go to some of our checkpoints, you take pictures of the car, or you go where the routes are and you take pictures. If you post them to Instagram, hashtag them 6 Summer. We'll grab them and we'll add them to our live stream, as we are doing right now. Look at everybody once again checking in. United Kingdom checking in. Yes, Edward, I will not ask where people are from anymore. I only asked it once. Apparently people thought I asked it a second time. But I do appreciate everybody that is checking in and letting us know where you're from. Let's stop that so we can slow down the chat. It's way too early. The chat needs to slow down just a hair. the caffeine from the energy drink has not fully hit me yet. And for those of you that are saying, I cannot believe he's talking that fast without the energy drink on board, yes, this is my normal level. Don't tell us what to do. Once again, for everybody that's on the live stream, over 5,000 strong, thank you so much to everybody that is watching. We appreciate it. Shamil saying I have energy drink in my veins. I don't know if the energy drink has replaced the oil and gasoline in my veins from 30 plus years. It's possible. I will tell you that by day 5, I do actually start to slow down. All right, so we are going to move from what I am told from some of our reports from the road, and the cruise yesterday was great. We went through a couple of very small towns. We ended up by Rock River, which provided a great backdrop for some of the cars and trucks that are on the tour. And we were able to get some good shots. And again, a lot of this will end up not only in Sick the Magazine, our print publication, but also on sickthemag.com, our website. And for those of you that have never met me before, this is only the 3rd year that I have done announcing, but in addition to this, because Tom only does 3 events a year, and I say only 3 week-long events, I also write for our online publication. So for those of you out there, you are now live and online. Crowd, wave at them. You're live and online, especially on the left-hand side. Let people know you're out here. If you're having a good time, put your thumbs up. Let's see them. We are now calling all of your workplaces and letting your bosses know you're not at work. Because technically, I'm working. My boss is watching me. I'm working today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, all the great people out here, we saw a huge crowd yesterday at Cordova. I'll tell you what, the Drag and Drive community is strong, and your support, all of you spectators that are in the grandstands on both sides, trust me when I tell you, all of these participants out here truly appreciate being able to come out of the water box and see packed grandstands. So for all of you that are supporting the Drag and Drive community, thank you all so much. It truly does mean a lot for us to be able to come here in the middle of the week and see packed grandstands.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
Oh, hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? It is the magazine for the Drag and Drive community. If you haven't subscribed yet, get over to sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine. Check it out.
Right behind him is Brian Goldstone. And Brian is probably the most recent, I would say, winner in the Drag and Drive community. He won an 8-car shootout at Joliet, Illinois during an NHRA exhibition that we did a couple weeks ago. Now, for those of you that say it's an 8-car exhibition, that's not Drag and Drive. Don't fear. Brian Goldstone actually, I believe, has at least 2, if not 3, Drag and Drive wins to his credit. One of them was in a supercharged Chevelle, a 1970 model Chevelle that he also has. This is his quick car. On his first pass, he went 697. He came back for his second hit, went 668. So our top two cars are only separated by 0.02 of a second. Number 3, Alex Taylor with the 55 Chevy. She went 681 at 208 on her first hit. That is her new career best. Right behind them at 686 is Devin Vanderhoff and Josh Davis. A little small tire radial car went 686 at 208. And rounding out our top 5 cars in the sixes is Cletus McFarland with the mullet. He went 692 at 217 in the El Camino. So we have 5 6-second cars, all of them here on the property today. Let's see how we do as we start to get into our fast cars. So we're going to open with a pair of Mustangs as we get into A and B group radial. Cameron Alley and Daniel Watts, a pair of SN95 chassis Mustangs. Yeah, these were built from 1994 to 2004. The Terminator Cobra, the stick shift car of Daniel Watts' left-hand side. Cameron Alley's supercharged Mustang in the correct sick orange colors over on the right-hand side. They're staged and ready. Watts wagging the tail in the stick shift car, but he's not giving up. Cameron Alley to the finish line, goes 8:55 at 162, 9:17, but at a booming 158 miles an hour for Daniel Watts. As Watts obviously lost a little bit of time on the front half, but Cameron Alley, good run for him, 8:55 at 162. That's what he needed in a class that is limited to 850. So that's a good first shot for him right there. It'll bring up another pair of Mustangs. Apparently, we loaded all the Mustangs up first. Tyler Garlock and Tom Llewellyn. Llewellyn in another stick shift entry, the blue Mustang on the left side of the racetrack. He kind of worked through some issues in his car yesterday as he had some clutch issues and he couldn't get the transmission into second gear on his first pass. I believe he ran in the low 11s, but with over 140 miles an hour, so hopefully he gets himself into the 9s here. He'll face Tyler Garlock. Garlock in the Cobra Jet themed Mustang over on the right-hand side. It isn't an actual Cobra Jet because the Cobra Jets, when they were built originally from the factory, those don't have VIN numbers, meaning not street legal. Garlock to the finish line right side. Goes 873 at 163, a good pass for him. And unfortunately, Tom having problems. Now the issue is that he could turn that time slip in if he would have made the pass, but it would have had a very big reaction time on it, and they don't want that to actually happen. They actually want people to leave on time. And Tom just getting off the starting line in under 1 second, but he dropped the clutch and the car just fell on its face, unfortunately. So unfortunately for him, he is going to roll down there on his first run, and obviously not a fan of what he got out of his first lick, so he'll turn it and burn it and bring it back. That'll bring up the Old Glory Gasser against the all-wheel drive Honda Civic. Yeah, we have a class called Gassers versus Hot Rods versus Beetles, as we try to separate them out and give everybody an equal playing field. So left-hand side is Troy Martin. He is running in the A gasser category, meaning supercharged. That's the quicker of the two. We separate them on either naturally aspirated or supercharged. The 55 Chevy will face off against the Civic. The Civic is a 1995 model. That's Rob Courtney. And before you say, oh, well, this one should easily go to the gasser, that Civic has gone 911 at 159 miles an hour. Yeah, you did not hear me stutter. Low 9s at over 150 miles an hour out of the all-wheel drive stick shift Civic. Now the Honda has some catch-up work to do. He is digging. He is digging. Doesn't quite get there, though. 919 for the gasser. 915 at 159 for the stick shift all-wheel drive Honda. Ladies and gentlemen, in the water box, your number 2, second quickest car of the week, Brian Goldstone, the AMC Javelin, sitting at the ready. Chris Roscoe, the 1985 model Chevy Camaro in the naturally aspirated class, the 3rd gen with the clear hood scoop over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. But again, all eyes left-hand side. This is a AMC Javelin. Brian Goldstone, the 1973 model Javelin. And for those of you that know your drag and drive history, this car was crashed during Hot Rod Drag Week a couple years ago. It went on its lid, and at one point, Brian thought that the car was a goner. He didn't think he was going to be able to fix it. It used to be red with black stripes on the front of it, and he inverted the colors and went the opposite direction when he rebuilt the car. Now, I'm sure you know that AMC Javelin parts are not easy to come by. How about carbon fiber and fiberglass parts for an AMC Javelin? Yeah, let's get into the hen's teeth, the needle in a haystack kind of stuff. Actually, I believe Bryant just made his own. Twin turbo big block, Chevy left side again, 668 at 217 is what he ran yesterday. What does he do today? He is hooked up good, 108 60 foot. 438 to the 8th mile, top end scoreboard, 681 at just 185. He got out of the gas early. Brian, oh, how you tease me so. 681 at 185. And that thing was on a mission. 438 at 167 to half track. 894 at 150 for Chris Roscoe in the NA Camaro. Not a bad lap, but he's over 2 seconds behind the AMC Javelin that, as I mentioned, didn't even make a full pass. 185 miles an hour is down about 30 miles an hour for Bryant Goldstone. Not a bad lap to open with. He's going to be followed by the number 1 car, Steve Morris and Alex Taylor, side-by-side 6-second cars. Steve Morris out of Steve Morris Racing Engines. The Boostmaster Chevy Wagon, your current leader. The best time, 666 at 213 miles an hour for the Boostmaster Wagon. Can you believe this thing still weighs 3,600 pounds? Yeah, it does have a little bit of fiberglass on it, but it still has a lot of steel left. 666 at 213 for your leader. Meanwhile, right-hand side, Alex Taylor, her dad, Dennis. The hot rod builder out of Arkansas. Standing patiently waiting. These two know each other well. Alex Taylor putting up her career best number yesterday, 681 at 208 in the 55 Chevy. This car literally blew its own doors off less than a month ago, making a 212 mile an hour blast. They have since rebuilt it and got it ready for 6 summer. Here we go. Problems, but now gets into the boost and he's wagging it out there close to the side. Taylor goes 697 at 200, but a lot of smoke out of the Chevy. 708 at 209 for Steve Morris, but a lot of smoke out of Taylor's hot rod, and that's obviously not what she wanted to see. She made it all the way to the top end and stops it on the racetrack. So Taylor, I believe door already open. And the track crew already on site. That's how quick they are. So we are waiting for word. But Taylor was obviously on a good pass. 460 at 166 on the 8th mile. And now even more smoke. So this could just be fluid burning off on the hot exhaust. We're waiting on confirmation currently. Taylor is out of the vehicle. So we're just waiting to hear what's going on as far as whether or not they had fluid go down on the racetrack. It may have just sloshed and burnt on the headers. But either way, both cars not really having the runs I'm sure that they wanted, as Steve's car was slow out of the gate, but then picked it up on the back half even though he was dancing out towards the outer edge of the racetrack. He goes 708 at 209, so good speed there. 697 at 200 for Alex Taylor as her car fell off at the very end, so it may have kind of leaned over and she got out of the gas. So we're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we double check the top end of the racetrack. It may not be down for long, but until I get an official word, ladies and gentlemen, we just know we're going to be on hold here for a minute. But again, the good news is Alex Taylor is out of the car immediately, and she appears to be okay. So hopefully the damage is not too intense where they could at least pack it up and get to the next racetrack, or at least get it fixed and possibly come back and make another lick. Even though a 697 is not a bad pass, it'll keep her goal alive of being able to run sixes at every racetrack. She tried to do that at Sick Week and just fell short as she landed a 6-second pass at 4 out of the 5 stops. The return to Orlando, I believe the best run she made was 7:08. So once again, the track safety crew is down there at Alex's location. She hopped out of the car pretty quick. So hopefully, like I said, it may have just been fluid coming out because the smoke dissipated pretty quick that came out at the finish line. But then about probably 15 seconds later, we saw a second smoke dust up, but that also dissipated pretty quickly. So it has me wondering if maybe something like oil or transmission fluid got on the exhaust and just created the smoke show. And maybe everything is A-okay and we don't have anything on the racetrack. So I am waiting on official word. The track vehicle is rolling off the end. And it looks like Alex's car may be underway here. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. The A and B slick tire lanes are now closed. A and B slick tire lanes are now closed. Do not enter the staging lanes. A and B slick tire lanes, A and B slick tire lanes, your lanes are now closed. Once again, my A and B radial lanes, 8, 9, and 10. A and B radial lanes, 8, 9, and 10. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the report from the top end of the racetrack is no fluid down. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. We do have a little bit of debris that we're going to clean up, so we will be down for a few minutes, but not too long. But thankfully, no fluid on the racetrack is the report that I'm getting. So again, we will not be down for too long. And then we'll go right back to racing as soon as the debris is clean. So once again, for those of you that are checking in online, Alex Taylor was on a good pass. She went 460 with a 5 at 166 miles an hour to the 8th mile. 697, but just 200. And I say just 200 because she went 208 yesterday and has been 212 miles an hour. But thankfully, she was out of the car almost immediately after getting it stopped. but we have no fluid on the racetrack. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that no fluid came out of the engine, because, again, cars this quick either need a diaper or a belly pan to be able to contain parts and pieces and fluid if they do come apart. So right now I do not have any definite answers about if Alex's car is hurt, or, again, if it was just, say, for example, fluid sloshing out and getting on the hot exhaust and burning, because we have seen that happen before. So right now, we are on hold. We have a little bit of debris to clean up, but no fluid, thankfully. So we will be back to racing action sooner than expected. And meanwhile, opposite lane, Steve Morris went 7:08 at 2:09. Now, he was your leader with a 6:66 from yesterday. If he hands that time slip in for the 7:08, he would not be the leader, as Brian Goldstone went 6:81. Yesterday, he went 6:66, so the lead would change hands. But again, this is all hypothetical, as nothing has been confirmed yet. But I'm just letting you know who has done what. So right now, we have two cars out of our 6-second range that have gone sixes today. Right now, Brian Goldstone with the Javelin, 681 at 185, and that's a lifting pass because he went 217 yesterday. So he's your leader in the clubhouse currently. Alex Taylor at 697 at 200 is the only other car to be in the sixes. But to be honest, again, we've only run about 4 pairs of cars so far in our quick class. So we still got a lot of cars left to go. Ed Enzer went 751 at 183 in the naturally aspirated Ford. And I'm going to guess that is a one and done for him because he went 749 yesterday. And naturally aspirated engines are a little bit temperamental, and they do like to chew parts up when you wind them to the high RPM that's necessary. So he may pack it up and head to the next racetrack. Speaking of which, for all of you that are out there that would like to see where we are going from Byron Dragway to our next location, Great Lakes Dragaway, you can jump on sickthemagazine.com and visit the Sick Summer tab. Scroll down and we will show you all 4 days of our routes. So you can follow along, pick a spot along the route if you want to watch all the cars and trucks drive by that are not only on Sick Summer but also on Sick Ward. And you can also see where our checkpoints are. We had people coming out to our checkpoint yesterday at Rock River that were taking pictures and talking to some of the drivers, and it was cool to see the interaction through some of these small towns as people get to see some of the people that they only get to see on live streams. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, every single person that's out here, not just the participants, but all the spectators that took time out of your Tuesday to join us, we do appreciate your support. Again, as a racer myself, there is nothing that will bring energy and enthusiasm to a driver when they pull into the water box and they look up and they see packed grandstands. So we appreciate your support of Sick Summer. The first time we have done it here, and based on the crowd participation as well as the participants out here, we hope to come back and do it again next year. Up until this year, we had just done Sick Week, which is down in Florida and Georgia. And based on the popularity and the feedback we had gotten, Tom decided to add in another event in the middle of the year, and so far, it has gone pretty well. So once again, a little bit of just blowing off debris at the top end. Like I said, no fluid is down. We confirmed that with the track crew. So as soon as we get that clean, then we will start sending cars down the racetrack again. So hopefully shouldn't be more than just, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes before we're back underway. All right, drivers, suit back up, please. Drivers, suit back up, please. We are done on the top end. Drivers, suit back up, please. Top end is clear. We are ready to go again. as we get ready to go back to action. Over 6,300 people watching live and online on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Thank you all so much for joining us. This is our highest number yet today, and we appreciate you joining us. One of the guys participating out here this week, as well as doing photos, Mike Pryka, walking up left-hand side. What's up, Mike? He works for Motion Raceworks. If you want to check out some of the great photos that we have all week long, go to Motion Raceworks. Michael Pryka competing out here with his father in the Mean Nova, as well as taking lots of great shots, and we appreciate his dedication. Here comes our next two hot rods. How about a Pro-Charged, Lenko-equipped 1967 model Chevelle? That is what's coming up left-hand side, one of the louder cars on the property. And we'll face off against the Malibu over on the right-hand side. It's always interesting when someone comes up with either a Pro-Charged or some kind of a very loud supercharged hot rod, and everybody's not holding their ears, and then the burnout starts, and all of a sudden everybody goes for the ears in record time. This is Pat Miker. Pat, who has also done Hot Rod Drag Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. Pro-Charged 1967 model Chevelle, left-hand side of the racetrack. Right-hand side is Dean Anderson. Anderson in the gray 79 Malibu. He's looking for an 850 time slip. We're ready. Miker putting all that tire to work. Down left side of the racetrack after the pedal. 813 at 179 for the Chevelle. 855.0 at 161. That is a good lap for Anderson's hot rod. Pretty close to the 850 number that they can run. But 813 at 179 after a pedal job for Pat Miker. So a little bit of cleanup work to go, as it looks like Pat might have had a little bit of either fuel or water come out of the car left-hand side. So just a little bit of touch-up work there. And we will be right back to action. Once again, the crew here at Byron staying after it to make sure that we get cleaned up and back underway as quickly as possible, and we appreciate all their dedication and hard work.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine, actually. See you later.
So our next pair waiting in the wings. Evan Erkowitz in the 79 Malibu. That's the twin turbocharged LS power planted Malibu. The low but not slow Malibu sitting left side. And the Toyota Supra. Both of these cars joined us on Sick Week. And we're getting the word to fire them back up. We're going to go back underway here. For everybody that's commenting online, we appreciate you chiming in. So once again, the Super right side, the Malibu left side, Evan Urkowitz in the Malibu, the twin-turbo LS-powered hot rod. That's the white car over on the left-hand side. And Damon Elf, the Stick Shift 95 Supra. He participated on Sick Week, but unfortunately broke the car during test day on Sunday, so he never even got to day one. The 9-second Stick Shift hot rod out here on day 2 as he's trying to make good on his second attempt for his second drag and drive of the year. They're both staged and ready. Off the starting line. Evan out there in front, the low 8-second Malibu. Now the Super going to give chase. The Malibu to the finish line goes 8:27 at 165, 9:31 at 156 for the Supra. So both of them complete the pass. .976, 131 left side, 1069, 109 right side. I apologize. We're trying to chew gum and walk up here in the tower, and I'm not doing either one very successfully. Chevy Nova coming up next, left side of the racetrack, and the Olds Cutlass will come up right side. The Olds Cutlass is Mike Mackney. Mackney in the 82 Cutlass on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The Chevy Nova, the third-gen Chevy Nova left-hand side, that's Bruce Hunter Jr. Both of them wheels up off the starting line, and the Oldsmobile starts to dance around and go to the left side of the lane, but he's got it well in hand. Mackey to the finish line. Goes 874 at 152 with the shootout. 1032 at 129 for the clean black 70 Chevy Nova. Tom Llewellyn in the Stick Shift 99 Mustang, once again still having problems, but he's going to get down the pass. 13 flat with a 4 at 129. It was in the low 11s at 140 miles an hour yesterday. He said that he was having clutch and transmission issues, and unfortunately they look like they haven't gone away as of yet. So that will finish our slick tire lanes. So we are going to do some radial prep, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe we are going to be down right now, but if you are live and online, you can go and check out our live stream. I believe we will have some top-end coverage from Alex Taylor. Is that correct? All right. So we are working on that right now.
All right, Six Summer 2023 top end, Alex Taylor. I rolled up on the golf cart, and the first thing that came out of your mouth at me is, it looks way worse than what it is.
Well, look, I was running with my suit falling down. Everything looked like chaos. I'm like, we look like a mess. I don't know what's wrong. So I got to the top, kind of nosed over. I didn't hear a knock or anything, but I saw that there was smoke, and so I was like trying not to be the guy that oiled the track down, so I tried to get stopped as soon as I could, so it killed the car. But got up there, saw a little bit of fire coming out of this side, so I was like, fire! And thankfully the crew here started spraying, so got a mess to clean up, but always positive. 697, 200 something, so can it be fixed? I don't know, but maybe that's a good enough pass for the day.
Right. Well, you know what? And it's funny that you remember our conversation when we were down south, that it's always about being positive. And we're out here to have a good time. I know everybody at home, we saw the smoke when you went through the stripe. Did you have any inclination? Was there any lead up to it as you went through the stripe that you thought it was coming apart?
No, going to the stripe, it kind of tipped over a little bit, but we knew we had a little bit of a crack on our for our wastegate. So I just like, okay, so something related to that. No worries until I saw smoke and I was like, oh crap, what if it just lost a rod or something? But nothing knocking. When I stopped, it was totally fine. Just it did die when I stopped, but we got a lot of searching to do. As you can see, we got a lot of mess to clean up, but great crew here at Byron, and we got a 6, so I guess we'll go evaluate the situation and go from there.
All right, Alex, we'll let you and your team get together. Let all your fans back there know that you're okay.
One more thing. Sorry, everybody, for slowing the roll down here for a bit, but try not to do it again.
Well, it's a short drive, folks. It's not that far of a drive back to Great Lakes for tomorrow, and Alex Taylor and her crew, as well as all of her support factor, I'm sure we're going to get Alex back on track. As always positive. Always positive. Back on track, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back live and online here with you as we had a top-end report from Alex Taylor. Don O'Neill hurried down there and got the details on what happened with Alex Taylor. So I'm going to go ahead and update you here just a little bit for those of you that were not online. So the deal was is we saw 2 puffs of white smoke. So I thought that maybe she got fluid on the headers or something, and it happened twice. But it turns out they had to activate the fire system. As when she got down there and hopped out of the car, she realized that she had a fire under the hood of the 55 Chevy, so she whacked the fire extinguishers, and that was the second white puff that we saw go out. That was why we had to send some track equipment down there to blow off the how bad the car might be hurt if it is. I just know that those are the details that I have been told per the report that Don O'Neill got. So for those of you that want to jump online to Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, that's Bailey, and you can find out what we've got going on online. Again, we will. Basically what happened is she had the smoke when she stepped off the pedal at the top end of the racetrack and then jumped out of the car to find a underhood fire. So she whacked the halon system and that knocked the fire down, but that was the second smoke show that we saw. So we will see what's going on. So we will see what's going on as far as Alex Taylor goes as the day progresses. So we did have an online question of what is the car count today? Yesterday the car count was 228. I don't have anybody that, as I know of, is out yet. But obviously we are going to try to get to more information as soon as we can. I have now been told we're going to do some interviews from around the pit area, so I am going to jump off the mic here for a little bit and allow us to get some data. And we'll be back here with you here in just a little bit as we continue track prep.
Six Summer 2023, we're standing here with one of Brian Bohannon. Why in the world is Peak out here at Six Summer?
Well, it's middle of summer, right? Cars overheat. What a better place for an antifreeze company?
Oh wait, you mean that's what you guys do? You guys make antifreeze?
Yeah, well, coolant too. So, you know, antifreeze and coolant, that stuff, you know.
Brian, you guys got on. They're automotive enthusiasts. You guys are out here promoting. You got a wagon that actually says rescue on it. How did all this come about?
Well, it's funny you say this, Don. So our people are the everyday drivers, right? I mean, we're racers. We love racers. Peak Blue on it. Well, why wouldn't it have that? And as part of that, we actually have some antifreeze on board. So if somebody overheats along the way, come find us. We've got some coolant here for you. And if you come over to our display, we're going to be here most of the week. You can sign up for our Peak Squad, get all kinds of real cool stuff from merch to promotions and rebates and all kinds of great things, and just follow your favorite Peak drivers.
Well, Brian, that's all great. And we've got a huge crowd that's part of this whole entire SICK Summer 2023 that's out here. But we're live streaming, Brian. How are people supposed to be involved with the Shop Squad or Peak Squad or this squad or that squad, and they're at home watching?
Well, it's really easy. You just go to peakauto.com, and there's a link.
It's hot. Everybody's going to be sweating. Brian, do you have air?
You know what? Matter of fact, we actually have a vintage air unit in this thing. So there's air in this thing. And of course, it wouldn't be a 63 without the old crank windows. We can always roll them down and enjoy it just like the good old days.
Nothing like 250 air during SICK Summer 2023. The Peak Squaddies that support our sport, regardless of where you are in the country. PeakAuto.com, SICK Summer 2023. Back to the track.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're getting closer to being back online. I apologize for being off the mic for a little bit as we continue to prep for radials. The reason I was off the mic for a little bit is we had our Sick the Mag group, including Tom Bailey, shooting some stuff from the pits that we will add to some of our video coverage throughout the week. And the PA system here at Byron is very good, so that combined with my naturally loud voice. Flores, be quiet. We prefer you're off the mic as much as possible. Thanks, man. Appreciate the honesty. But once again, they were shooting some pit videos, so that was the reason I was off the mic here for a little bit. I have a racer in need of a Sawzall. This is the second time I've had to ask for it this week. So car number C65F that is by the back fence on the road is needing a Sawzall. It's a red Mustang. So apparently he has tried to persuade something with, I'm assuming, wrench or socket and has had no luck with it. So he is moving up to the Sawzall action. If the Sawzall doesn't work, then I'm assuming the torch will be next. So as of right now, we are prepping for Radial. So the deal here, obviously we're putting down more traction compound to get everything ready for Radial, as we have run our first session of the A and B group slick tire cars. And we are going to go to A and B group Radial. Now keep in mind, the difference here is that slick tires want a little bit of wheel speed, so we don't put as much product down, just make it more of a rubber buildup. But we don't have as many slick tire cars, so a lot of them will not turn necessarily as quick, and we get through the slick tire stuff a lot quicker. So what will happen is we have a whole bunch of radial tire cars, and they like more glue. They like more track prep. So we are going to put them down next. So the A and B group radial tire cars in the lanes and ready to go. And then we will go to our D as in David group. We started with our C as in Charlie group this morning, then went to A and B group slicks, A and B group radials, and we will follow that with our D group. Then we will do an all run. So for those of you that are on the property, you still have a couple of minutes to take care of what you need to take care of. Again, if you want to grab yourself something good to eat or drink, concessions are available on both sides of the racetrack. You can also check out the vendor midway, including the Sick the Mag merchandise booth. I see a bunch of you standing over there, and you're probably waiting on the Byron Dragway t-shirt. Yeah, those are limited edition. We only do them for one. We also do not sell them online. So if you want one, go grab one, because they will sell out. We sell out of every track we did them. We sold out of all of them at Sick Week, and we sold out of Cordova yesterday. So the one with today, the Byron Dragway, has the Havelix 55 Chevy center stage, and all the cartoon work on these being done by our in-house guy, Garrett Olson. So, Garrett, thanks for all the hard work that you did on all the t-shirts. All right, so the call for the Sawzall has been answered. Thank you very much. I can honestly say that's a new record. Last year, I was not asked for a Sawzall at all on Sick. Here at Byron Dragway, thank you so much to everybody that is watching live and online. Tell your friends and family to jump on, as we were at 6,300 people, and I think everybody took a lunch break. And go ahead and let them know, hey, we are ready to go back at it here very shortly. So the quick group on radials. So far, we have had two cars that have run. Incoming leader went 708 at 209 as he had some problems off the aspirated 632 cubic inch Mustang. Right now, those are the two quickest passes ever for a naturally aspirated car. And if he can finish the, pretty much said, hold my beer and watch this, I'm going to lop about a quarter of a second off of it. He went 7:49 yesterday and 7:51 today. Going to go back to racing action stands because the A and B group radial cars, including a 6-second capable Mustang, about to roll up. So you don't want to miss the action. Live and online, we see nearly 5,000 people. I hope that all of you are enjoying the live stream being brought to us by Rick and our friends at Gear Vendors Overdrive. Doing the burnouts across the start. Beautiful sunset orange 2002 model Camaro. This is a twin turbocharged LS hot rod. It has done quite well in NMCA True Street in the past. I believe it is 7-second capable. I'm not sure if he has uncorked it that much here. The racetrack and at a standing half mile. So Rosenstengel, the 2010 model Camaro right side. Greg Edwards left side. Green lights on. Both of them hooked up good. Rosenstengel gets loose at about 600-foot mark. As Clark was on a good run there, but unfortunately the rear end of the car kind of came out from underneath him, and he very wisely caught it in time and got off the loud pedal, and he'll come back around and make another shot. Terry Miller in the 82 Pontiac Firebird. This is a naturally aspirated ride coming up right-hand side. Left-hand side, the 7-second ride of Corey Thompson. Corey Thompson's twin-turbo LS-powered 67 Chevelle. You look at this car with the flat SS hood. 87 at 178 for the Chevelle. 873 at 156 for Miller's Firebird. Corey Thompson lays down his second 7-second pass. 787 at 178 for the Resto Fresh-looking Chevelle. As soon as top end is clear, it looks like we actually have a car that is still on the racetrack. Yep, he has made the turn. A couple of unique hot rods coming out of the burnout box. As much as I've already talked up the convertible Mustang on the right-hand side, a lot of you are looking at the left-hand side and going, good God, what is that? That is a 1964 Triumph Spitfire with the twin-turbo LS just pretty much hanging out there for everybody to see. This is Timothy Blythe. Blythe ran this car on Sick Week last year for the first time with a naturally aspirated LS and ran in the 11s. And then he decided to put a full prep chassis cage, a 25.1 SFI spec cage under it, and has gotten into the bottom 8s with it. He has said it is a little bit of a handful to drive, though. Right-hand side, Devin Vanderhoof's Mustang convertible with Josh Davis at the wheel. This car went 686 at 209 yesterday. It is the quickest radial car on the property so far. And actually, it looks like we are shutting him down for just a minute. So we have reports of possibly something on the racetrack, so we are going to double check it because, again, we've got some of our quicker radial cars sitting right here either on the starting line or in the water box. So we definitely want to make sure that if something is wrong, we want to make sure that we address it immediately. Now, obviously, the last two cars went down the racetrack with no issue at all, but we saw Clark Rosenstengel get a little bit loose in the pair before that. So not sure if he was out of the groove or they might have just found a spot on the racetrack that wasn't exactly copacetic. So better to check it out and make sure everything is A-OK before we send the next pair. So Timothy Blythe and Josh Davis waiting at the starting line. Right behind them, the 706 at 206 twin-turbo big block Camaro of Michael Manuel and Cletus McFarland in the mullet El Camino. So once again, as I mentioned, a couple of our 6-second radial tire hot rods sitting right on the starting line and in the water box ready to go. So hopefully not down for too long, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we are just checking things out. So again, to recap, yesterday, 686 at 209 for Devin and Josh in the convertible Mustang. And for Ford owners, my apologies, big block Chevy with a single turbo on board. This is also the car that went in the 4.5 second range at SICK Week and decimated the 235 radial record. They won and done every single racetrack. And then Devin turned the screws up on it, and I believe went, I want to say 710 at like 206 out the back door. And they didn't do it again. They said on the small tires it got a little bit touchy. That's what they said, a little bit touchy. So a 235 radial, that is a 26-inch tall, 8.5-inch wide patch radial. Can you imagine going 17s at 200 miles an hour on one of those? Devin has put the 275s, what he calls the bigger tires, back on for SICK Summer. And I believe he has made a class switch. He was in modified, but I see the AA, which means he is now an unlimited. I believe we originally had 3 cars in unlimited. And Timothy Blythe's car, just because I believe based on the way the chassis is set up, he has to be in the unlimited class. So the class rules are set up based on obviously whether the car has a certain cage requirement, as well as the body design, stock or extended wheelbase, what kind of engine you're running, etc. That's how we break up certain different cars. So everything has gotten refired. Once again, Josh Davis right side, Timothy Blythe in the Triumph left side. We're going to build some boost. Blythe is in. Josh is in. And the Mustang knocks the tires off just past the 60-foot mark. He knows it does no good to pedal it. Blythe down the left side goes 903 at just 124. He ran deep in the 8s yesterday, so I don't know if he just ran it to the 8th mile to get the numbers and decided to not go after it after that. So the burnout's complete for our next pair. Cletus McFarland and Michael Manuel. Manuel, the twin turbo, big block Camaro, will stage up left side, the 1989 model car. He went 706 at 206 yesterday. Cletus McFarland in the El Camino known as Mullet went 692 at 217 on his first pass. He tried for the second hit and spun the tires and decided to save it and come to the next track. And Cletus's car spins the tires. And spins the tires again. Still gets back after it. Goes 175 miles an hour for an 891. 819 at 172 for Michael Manuel. So both cars off the pace of what they ran yesterday by quite a decent bit. So both cars not getting the numbers they wanted out of them. And it looks like Cletus had to go down into the emergency shutoff area trying to get the car stopped. But he has it turned around and is coming back. So probably just didn't want to lean on the brakes too hard. I believe he said that car still weighs close to 3,600 pounds. So we're going to be on hold here for just a minute as we have the track prep crew walking out left-hand side to take a look at everything.
I'm doing the ad. Have you guys heard about Sick the Mag? It's the greatest magazine for drag and drive community. What else you want me to say? Glossy, awesome pictures. We have a pretty awesome editing team. Or is there a team? Can you do it in slow motion? If you haven't heard of Sick the Mag, you must live under a rock. Subscribe. It's awesome. I'm Bob Miller, and I approve this message.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over sickthemag.com. Subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine, actually. See you later.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
People to be digging through spares bins and he doesn't want to be seen apparently online. Listen, I have a face made for radio. That's why I'm up here. You guys look good with those shirts on. So anyway, as I was saying, they said that, you know, the problem with AN fittings is normally when you need one, it's at the bottom of the barrel and you've dug out some red and blue thing that looks like it's been run over several times, and that's what they need in order to patch a car back together, because let's be honest, most of your local auto parts stores aren't going to have AN fittings. So the fine folks at Red Horse decided to throw a whole trailer together full of AN fittings and hoses, and they are going to join us the entire week. And for those cars out there that use all those hoses and fittings, which is a lot of them, I'm sure they appreciate knowing that there are spares available in case, God forbid, something happens. So Red Horse, thank you so much for being part of Six Summer. We appreciate your dedication. Thanks for joining us, even though, let's be honest, this is a really cool week to work. So once again, just a little bit of cleanup on the starting line as we check both lanes before we send the next 2 cars out of the water box. We want to make sure everything is good. So I see Devin and Josh have brought the 6-second convertible Mustang right back to the lanes, and Mullet is right behind them. So they obviously want another crack at the racetrack, as their first runs did not go the way they wanted. As we're starting to get some cloud cover, which is racetrack, and a track surface that warm is very tricky to try to get down, especially to a quick elapsed time. The more heat it gets in it, the softer and more pliable it becomes. Now, it can also get greasy, and most tracks, they will tell you, if you keep the temperature under 100, I am by no means a track expert, but thankfully I did talk to the guys from Mickey Thompson, so I know a little bit more about tires. I see you down there, Jason. Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson joining us all week, and he is obviously doing product research and development down there. That's what he's calling it, quote unquote, I'm sure. He's probably texting his boss and going, "Sure, boss, I'm looking at what our stuff's doing. You're telling me what you're doing?" Oh, okay. So once again, we are now checking the left side top end of the racetrack. Just want to make sure everything is good. To everybody that is watching live and online, the Gear Vendors Overdrive sponsored Tom Bailey YouTube feed, thank you so much for joining us this week. We appreciate it. Again, we have had 2 cars in the 6s so far today. Brian Goldstone going 681 and Alex Taylor going 697. We had 5 cars in the 6s yesterday, and so far 2 of them have repeated it. We'll see if we can get another couple 6s. 2 of the cars that were in the 6s are now back in the lanes. Devin and Josh in the convertible Mustang, and Cletus McFarland right behind him in the Mullet El Camino. So obviously a whole bunch of cars and trucks are waiting their shot at the racetrack, but we want to make sure that Byron Dragway is ready to go. We obviously don't want to send anybody down a racetrack that might have something on it. And again, there are a lot of times that a car can make a pass and you get a very slight mist out of the car, and it's not something that's easily able to be seen. So that's the kind of thing where we just need to make sure that everything is good to go. If we have a competitor or somebody that lets us know that they felt something, we immediately put the track on hold. We want to double check it because better be safe than sorry. So that's what we're doing right now.
Six Summer 2023 live stream brought to you by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We're finding all these first timers here in the Midwest. Stop by over here. Why did I stop? Folks, just wait. Just wait. Tell everybody at home what makes your drag and drive experience first time around for you. You got a smile on your face.
I'm having so much fun. Just we've got to go off the beaten path, see cool sights, and some good food places.
All right, so it looks like the track equipment
we
is
enjoyed
gonna
the
come out just to make
parking
sure we
lot
get everything touched
hangouts
up.
and met a lot of cool people.
We're gonna lay down
Well,
some
the smile,
pressure.
it tells
So
everything,
we are
but
gonna
let's
be
talk
down
about
here
your
for at least
car.
a couple of minutes while we
It's 1963 Nova, true SS. Paint's probably like 35 years old. It's a 5.3 LS motor, and my son made an adapter for it to put a 2013 GT500 Mustang blower on it.
Why?
Cheap. Richard Holdner did a LSA blower, and it seemed like the price went up when they did that, and this was cheap to buy, and my son spent nothing on the aluminum, and it was just a great opportunity to go a little bit quicker and cheap prices.
Well, now, is this a family get together? What are we doing out here?
Family get together. I got my oldest son with his car here. His girlfriend's going shotgun with him, and I got my youngest son with me going shotgun. So it's a family time here.
Where are you guys originally from?
Hampshire, Illinois. So just west of Elgin.
What was the draw for you to get involved in drag and drive competitions?
We love to drive the cars. We love drag racing, and then just watching like all Cletus and Tom Bailey and everybody on YouTube and doing the drag and drive stuff. We wanted to be part of it, and it's right in our backyard. So it was just a missed opportunity if we didn't go.
So this having a Ford blower on it, is this something that folks can follow you on social media? Because this cannot be like you're just doing this and that's it. You're not trying to tell anybody about it.
I'm not on social media. My kids are. I figure I got to stay away from that. I probably get myself in trouble being on Facebook and stuff. So my kids are people that you can follow, but not me.
Folks, they're just out here having a good time, making memories. First timers with his kids.
Awesome.
Six Summer 2023, presented by TBM Brakes. Keep up with us. I love these stories. Back to the track.
Meanwhile, Josh Norris Sr. in the Chevy Nova, and that car has been to several drag and drives. It is a cool little hot rod. It is a wheel-standing, small block, naturally aspirated hot rod, usually good for mid-9 second time slips. Plus, let's be honest, the Hilborn stack injection through the hood, that's got some really cool old school nostalgia flavor to it. So it looks like we have some cars coming back around to get back in the quarantine lanes for radials. Again, quarantine is lane 1 for slicks, lane 2 for radials. As it looks like some of our quicker cars coming back around to make another shot. We also have the A and B group radial cars sitting at the ready. And ladies and gentlemen, sometimes this is what happens. We will get into a rhythm where sometimes we will run for almost 3 or 4 hours without having too much trouble. And yesterday we did pretty well as far as keeping the stuff floating along. until we had a couple of oil downs. It wasn't too much, but it did slow the program down a little bit. Thankfully, everything has been clean and green on the racetrack as far as no one has gotten close to the retaining wall, so we hope to continue that trend. So the track equipment is off, which means cars are on. So let's get back underway. Travis Larson and Joshua Norris Sr. The sweet, sweet sounds of that high revving, naturally aspirated small block Nova. Larson with the turbocharged Mustang, going to do his burnout. The 1990 Hatch Mustang. What's up, Mr. Deal? Good to see you, buddy. As we have Nick and Dave Deal coming up next. We'll see how they do after busting through the sevens yesterday with their LS-powered Mustang. Right now, let's talk about the two cars on the starting line. Travis Larson, again, leading his class in 275 street race. He's left side. He's looking for 8.500. That's the number he wants. Josh Norris on the right side looking for something in the nines. Both of them wheels up off the starting line. The Mustang left-hand side starts to stretch the advantage. To the finish line they go. 9:01 at just 1:21, so Larson lifts out of the gas early. He ran it to the 8th mile hard, 5:56 at 1:27. Norris goes 9:83 at 1:36, so he's slow by about a tenth and a half over yesterday. Again, the weather conditions shouldn't be that much different to where it should be slowing everybody down that much. I'm not really sure, as of right now, why we are not running faster, but we will find out here shortly. Here comes another of our 7-second capable hot rods, David Deal. This is a brother operation, Nick and Dave Deal. This is a car they put together in 71 days. Yeah, Dave Deal used to have a blue SN95 Mustang, and they decided that they apparently like torture, so they put together another one. They made about 6 hits on this car yesterday and finally broke through to the sevens, went 787 yesterday. Can they duplicate it here? They're going to line up against a beautiful 1967 Chevy Chevelle over on the opposite side. That's Mark Major. 117 60 foot. Look at Nick, give him the extra go. He says, let's get a 7. Oh, just missed it. 801 at 165. Obviously getting out of the gas early. 965 at 139 for Mark Major in the Chevelle. Hey, Nick, 117 60 foot. 117 60 foot. Your brother chicken-footed it. Look at him, he's saying, yeah, he chicken-footed it. He goes, I'm going to kick him out if he does it again. 511 at 138 to the 8th mile. Just barely missing the sevens there for Dave Deal. So we'll see him come back around, and they want to clock another 7-second pass. Here comes one of our stick shift hot rods, Brian Crane. 2003 model Cobra. It's got the big turbo right up in the front snout where the radiator should go. He basically said, I don't need that, and threw a big old Terpsky up there at the front. Still got the mod motor on board, and he's banging his own gears. He went 890 yesterday. He'll stage up with the 2011 Shelby model Mustang, the orange car left side. This is Mike Ramars. Ramars in the 2011 Shelby Cobra Jet themed Mustang. We're ready. Right side banging the gears. Crane with a 133 60 foot. And goes 907 at just 126 as he got out of the gas early. A good 8th mile time, 554 at 128. Mike goes 10:09 at 132 in the 2011 Shelby, but Crane was on a good pass. Just did not have all the oats out the back door. '66 Pontiac Le Mans and 1970 model Chevy Chevelle next. The Le Mans of sits left side. Dalton Majors 1970 Chevelle sits right side. The Le Mans is Eric Wagon. Wheels up launches both sides. Big block Chevelle right side. Pontiac powered Le Mans left side. To the finish line they go, the Chevelle in front, and the Chevelle goes 9:49 at 140, 11:18 at 121 for the Pontiac. The 9:49 running in the naturally aspirated category, so doing that with no power adders. Here comes one of our small-tired hot rods. This is Andy Cook. Cook out of the TBM Brakes and Motion Raceworks deal. Yeah, this is Andy Cook. This is Doug Cook's brother. One of the guys responsible for the movement at Motion Raceworks and TBM Brakes. This is a little 235 tire wearing GTO. It's a turbocharged LS-powered hot rod, so you're going to see maybe a weird mile an hour on his time because he's only running it to the 8th mile. He just cares about the short track number. He's going to line up with Keith Fenstead. Fenstead, the small block Ford-powered blow-through carbureted hot rod. Fairmont over on the right side. Cook, left side, your current Rowdy Radial leader, goes 5:27 at 139. That's almost repeating what he ran yesterday. Runs it out the back door to 8:69 at just 112. 8:87 at 156 for the opposite side. Fenstead on a good run. So the 5:27 at 139 for Andy Cook on the small tires. He went 5:23 yesterday. So he stays consistent. That should keep him towards the lead in the 235 class. Here comes a guy who converted to the 235 class. This is CJ Durbin. Durbin started off in the 6 street race class, but with the small tires on the twin turbo S10 hot rod, he's going to try and lead here. Durbin left side. Goes 5:34 at 130, so he's going to keep Andy Cook somewhat honest in the pickup truck. That's a good pass there for him. 9:14 at 150 for the 1970 Roadrunner. Mike Chenoweth, the guy who unfortunately had an incident with a deer in the shutdown area when he ran a drag and drive a couple years ago. Yeah, he made a good pass, gets into the shutdown area. All of a sudden, the deer decided to jump over the retaining wall. How about our next pair, Randy Fuller and Tim Flanders? Randy Fuller in the 84 Chevy pickup truck. He calls it Bad, Bad Leroy Brown. On the opposite side, Flanders, the turbocharged Coyote-powered 86 Mustang. Flanders is looking for an 850 time slip in the Mustang. He went 856 yesterday. What's he go today? 857 at 161. It's not a bad first offering. 1007 at 136 for Randy Fuller, and that's good because he wants to try and run as close to 10 flat as he can. So we are starting to see some drastic weather changes here as everything's starting to cool down. So Monte Carlo and first-gen Chevy Nova next. Jerry Niesel, or Kniesel if the K isn't silent. 1962 model Chevy Nova. It's been in the 9.0s yesterday. He'll face off with the Monte Carlo left-hand side. The Monte Carlo is Eric Burrows, 1988 model Monte Carlo. Big wheels up, launch left side, and Burrows brings it down nice and clean. They are side by side. The Monte Carlo starts to pull ahead. 878 at 153, 907 at 148. And the crew guy for Eric Burrows says, nice job. We got the wheel stand. He set it down and clicked off an 8-second pass. We'll take it. That'll bring up a Camaro versus Mustang battle next. Mustang right-hand side is Dwayne Roll. Roll running in the modified class with his 1992 model Mustang. He calls Hyper Blue the color. He'll face off with the Camaro left-hand side. The Camaro is Kenneth Sellner. Sellner running the Street Race 275 class with his 2002 model Camaro. So left side is looking for an optimal pass being an 8.50 based on cage restrictions. The modified car on the right-hand side can run as fast as they want. Off the starting line we go. Camaro first. Now Mustang already clear around him. Right side on a heater for a 779 at 178 change. A good run for the Mustang. No parachute out on it yet, though. A little late on it. Looks like he's going to go into the runoff area. Sellner goes 874 at 151. All right, so we have the signal out to do the burnouts for the next pair. Jeremy Ortiz going to come up left-hand side in the flat purple 240 1995 Nissan. Yeah, it's got an LS swap. I know you've probably never heard of that before. First time for everything. This is actually his first drag and drive. He has never done a drag and drive before, and I think Don O'Neill likes it because it matches his shirt. He's going to pair up with Dino Rebelletti. Rebelletti in the 78 Malibu. He'll ride up right-hand side. So both sides looking for something with an 850. They can't go any quicker than that. Not legally they can't. I know Jeremy's cars run in the sevens. So he has to roll it back a little. This one will be tight at the top end for left side. 852 at 167. Jeremy will like that pass. 852 at 167. They'll take that to the bank all day long. 898 at 151 for Dino. Sean Smythe coming up next in the Lexus. Hopefully I said his name correctly this time. The LS swapped Lexus. He will race Bill Schwartz. Schwartz did an engine change in this Chevelle. He made one pass, found out the crankshaft had about 23 thousandths of variable in it. That doesn't work good for retaining oil. So he had to put an all-new engine together and just got into the pits in time last night. How about 986 at 140? Yesterday he clicked off a 10-second pass and his crew guys were like, we'll just take it. But then goes 986 at 140. Sean Smythe unfortunately went through the beams and didn't say staged in time, so he will not get a time. The Barra-powered Ford Fairmont comes up next. Left side, Alfonso Novello. Novello will face Jimmy Reinhardt. Reinhardt in the 72 LS swap single turbo Nova. And before you look at it and you go, oh, it's got hubcaps on it, it can't be that quick, just wait and see. The wheels on launch might be a small indication. Both of them on good passes so far. Reinhardt out in front. Reinhardt gets there first, 921, 145 for the dog dish cap Nova. 951 at 138 for Alfonso Novello in the Barra-powered hot rod. His crew looks happy with that pass. Our next pair, Audria Beeler, the late model Z01 Camaro powered El Camino, the purple car, left side of the racetrack. Right hand side is Randy Miller in the 78 Monte Carlo. Miller's been in the 9s here already. Audria Beeler's car should be in the mid to low 10s. Beeler's dad is Tom McGilton. They took the motor out of that and put it in this. 1072 at 124 for the purple El Camino. 967, 142 for Randy Miller's Monte Carlo. Racers, attention in the pits. Racers, if you have easy ups up, I would suggest you put them down as it's starting to get windy. Last thing we would want is for somebody's easy up to get caught and possibly end up in somebody else's pit spot. So once again, racers, if you have easy ups that are still up, we would ask that you possibly pull them down because it looks like we're going to get some excess wind. It is starting to pick up here, and the last thing we want is for somebody's easy up to go floating into somebody else's pit spot. Keith Lankauer, 1969 model Chevy Nova, the big block nitrous-fed hot rod right side. He'll face Kevin News, 67 Camaro. That car's been in the 8s on the left side. Keith has been in the 9s. A little bit of tire spin there for Keith. That all-orange 67 Camaro of Kevin, though, making a good hit. He goes 889 at 153. 1135 at just 97 miles an hour for Keith as he steps off the loud pedal early. Here comes our next pair. Michael Janusek, the 1988 rotary-powered Mazda RX-7. He'll stage up left-hand side. The right-hand side, the 1969 model Pontiac Firebird of Richard Belmont. Belmont, the pro-charged Pontiac-powered Pontiac. Yeah, I know it's an odd thing to think of. He has been in the low 9s. He said all he wants out of it is an 8. We'll see if he can get it right here. Big wheel stand there for the Pontiac Firebird. Rich is digging and would like an 8. Can we deliver one? 906 at 142, just missing it. 1010 at 140 for the rotary-powered Mustang. Matt Frederick, the gorgeous 1973 model Camaro. This is a Whipple supercharged LS-powered hot rod. He goes for the 8s. Meanwhile, right-hand side, on their anniversary week, is Holly Lester, her first drag and drive. Her best pass of the week, 972 at 146, 903 at 151 for Matt Frederick and the Camaros. Both of them get a 9-second lick. So Holly and her husband on their anniversary tour. And Matt Frederick, who also competed with us on Sick Week. A couple of very interesting burnouts on both these cars, as I'm sure that, as you can tell that they were not normally sounding hot rods, so let me tell you about both of them. Right-hand side is Jeremy Howell, 1991 stick shift Mustang. Not only is it a stick, it's got a 5.2 based flat crank Shelby GT350 motor. This car has been in the 7s at over 200 miles an hour. Not on drag and drive though. Chevy Nova of Michael Pryka. We called this car the Deer Slayer as well, as he hit a deer on Sick Week last year, messed the whole front end of the car up. They just got it put back together. It has only made about 8 runs on it since being assembled. He should be in the 970 to 980 range for the mean Nova. Jeremy Howell getting a decent launch out of the Mustang. This could be a good run right side. 813 at 164 for the flat plane crank Mustang. 984 at 135 for Michael Pryka. Andrew Heinstead and Brian Havlick. The Hot Rods by Havlick. It's a brother operation. Big block naturally aspirated 55 Chevy. He stages up left-hand side. The 79 Fairmont of Andrew Heinstead, right-hand side. Havlick still trying to work out some details on his car. Air come off the start line has been flooded with a little bit of extra fuel. If it cleans up on the back half, should be in the bottom 9s. 924 at 148 for the naturally aspirated big block. 994 at 133 for Heinsted's Fairmont. Our next pair out of the water box, Mustang and Malibu station wagon. Michael Lennerson in the 87 Mustang, that's the green car. He's running the Street Race 275 category left side. Right-hand side, the Chevy Malibu station wagon, that's Michael Puckett. Puckett had the transmission completely out of this car yesterday and torn apart for the better part of 3 hours and almost got it put back together and made a couple of licks at the end of the day to enable to keep himself in competition. So unfortunately, we are starting to get some sprinkles, ladies and gentlemen, so that's why we shut them off. So spectators, you might want to find yourself a place to be undercover. Not sure what is coming. I have not looked at the radar yet. We'll see if this passes over or if it has a little bit more to it. As obviously, I have not been able to tell the difference here in the tower as we've had the door closed, but some of the people that are coming in and out of here, it says the weather has changed drastically. So obviously, this is kind of catching us by surprises. Based on what we saw in the forecast, we thought we were going to have good weather all week. So hopefully this one is not going to stick around too long and we'll be back underway shortly. But right now, we're just going to have to wait and see what Mother Nature deals us. While you have the opportunity, like I said, make sure you find yourself somewhere to get undercover. If the sprinkles stay and it's not too heavy, you can get out and about and check out all the cars and all the stars that are in the staging lanes as well as the pit area. You might want to go see some of them before they pack up and head for the hills. So our next pair that was in the water box, including Josh Norris Sr. in the high-winding small block Chevy Nova. He's coming back for his second hit. Also see Scott in the third-gen jet sitting back there. Thanks for the parade wave, Scott. Appreciate it, buddy. That car has been on several, and I mean you need both hands to count them, Dragon drives. It's been on so many that he just tells me about the ones he successfully completed. He said the other ones were just testing tunes. That car has more white in the engine bay that should be legally allowed. Either that or Scott just likes cleaning stuff, one or the other. So once again, we're on hold right now while we let Mother Nature have her way with us. Hopefully we'll be back to action here in just a little bit. Look who's sitting right behind the water box waiting. Aiden Bailey with the Deuce Box 57 Chevy wagon. For those of you that may have followed along on SickTheMag.com or Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, you've seen all the struggles that they've gone through with this car to try to get it put together. It didn't fire for the first time until Sunday night at 11:40 p.m. Now, even though it didn't run, he did go through tech inspection and made sure that everything worked okay. He did pass all the tests, and then they towed it to a nearby shop and tore into the wiring. That was basically what was left. But like I said, the car fired for the first time at 11:40 p.m. on Sunday night. This is the replacement to the blank box of doom. It starts with an S and ends with a T. You can figure it out. Unfortunately, that car, on a low 8-second pass, pushed the head gasket and barrel rolled at Bradenton Motorsports Park on day 5 of Sick Week 2022. So when that car unfortunately was lost, they immediately started to try to find a replacement for the station wagon. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Tom Bailey actually found a 56 Pontiac wagon, and when they brought it back, it had a little bit too much rot in it for them to want to go after it. And then as if by divine intervention, they found a second 57 Chevy wagon. It's the same aqua color of what's left for aqua anyway. I think I see some on the right side. It is the same aqua color that the blank box of doom was, but this one has more brown in it. Therefore, the name change, Deuce Box. So we're going to be on hold here for just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Over 5,000 people watching live on the Tom Bailey YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us. One of them giving me a good recommendation to get around the PC friendly. It was the shift box of doom minus the F. Correct. Yeah, the guy that gave the invocation can't swear. I'm sorry. It's written in the bylaws. It's compulsory that I do it. We've been using the thesaurus way too much in the tower. All drivers that are in the lanes, if you would like to go back to the pit area, you could do so. All drivers that are on the track or in the staging lanes, if you would like to go back to your pit area, you can do so. Scott actually just looks like he's chilling down there. He's like, yeah, I'm good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so as the weather starts to come down a little bit harder, we are more than likely going to disconnect some of our electrical systems just to make sure that everything stays okay. So for the live stream audience, we are probably going to go off the air here for a little bit. I'm not sure yet. No, we're going to stay up. Oh, we're going to do some interviews from the tower. Okay, I like it. All right. So we will keep the live stream going. Ed, I get a free pass? One of the guys online says I get a pass to be able to swear on the internet. He says, screw the bylaws. I don't know. We're debating it in the tower about the bylaws. Everybody says, I don't want to work. Please keep the stream going. We are. We are keeping the stream going. All right, so while we wait, if you're on the live stream, I know the much better and much more well-known team of Freiberger and Brian Loans will sometimes say, throw us questions, and that's going to make the chat room explode. So go ahead, throw some questions our way, and I will do my best to fumble through them. Why didn't Bailey run? He was waiting right behind the burnout box. Adam Dory, once again, keeping the Loansburger intact. Thank you. While we wait, we hydrate. I like it. Still no sign of Tom Bailey. I just saw him about 20 minutes ago. He walked into the tower. Yeah, Tom Bailey, if you're not doing anything at the moment, sir, we'd like you at the second floor of the timing tower, please. Tom Bailey. The real Tom Bailey or the imitation Tom Bailey. Why did the chicken cross the road? It didn't like the left-hand side? Maybe there was chicken feed on the other side? I don't know. Is Adam Dory my handsome? I have a feeling that that meant to say something else, so I'll let you rewrite that. While we wait, I'm going to have a safety meeting. Oh, somebody dove right into the question. Derek, pineapple on pizza or no? Me personally, no. My wife likes pineapple on pizza. I personally do not like it. I'm not saying that means that nobody should make it. I'm just saying I pass. What is the meaning of life? Drag and drive. Next question. Will the real Tom Bailey mic up? We're working on that. Here comes Tom Bailey now. Do we know if Alex's car is okay? I have not gotten a report about how badly it's damaged. I am waiting for an actual official word. Is Adam Dory more handsome? Oh, yeah, Adam Dory makes me look like I belong in a tower with the shades drawn. Derek, what is your favorite car so far? I got asked this question yesterday. It's hard for me to pick out a car. I believe what I said yesterday was my three cars that I really like are Tim Flanders' 86 Mustang, Jimmy Reinhardt's 72 Nova, and Mark Major's 67 Chevelle. Those are three of my favorites so far. Please have Tom explain why he didn't race. We'll see. What is a good class for a stock red-eye Challenger? Dial your own or the Bullseye Challenge? Has Cletus run yet? Yes, he has, and he spun and went 891, so he'll come back. Derek, what is the fastest car you drove? I have driven a 67 Camaro with a Pro Charger and went 520 in the 8th mile. So basically a low 8-second, high 7-second pass. Is Cletus really as tall as a giraffe? I have stood next to him, and I'm 6'2", and I do have to look up a good bit. Have you heard any good stories from the road yesterday? Okay. No, actually. Well, the only story that I heard, because we only had one checkpoint, I did pull over near a grain silo, actually 2 of them, and there were 4 cars pulled over. One of them was a 66 T-Bird. I remember that because you don't see very many 66 T-Birds on drag and drives, and they were pulled over just because they wanted to find a shady spot because it was warm yesterday. So that is my story from the road yesterday. There is I've got to find it. There is a family that is driving along the entire week. The Price family, I believe, is who it is. They are running a 1972 Mercury station wagon. There are 4 people riding in the station wagon, and I believe they have another car that is in sick ward. So the entire family is out enjoying the 6th summer, so it is pretty cool. My favorite racetrack. That one's kind of difficult considering that Gainesville Raceway is my home track, and I very much enjoy it, but getting to go out to some of these other racetracks in the last couple years has been interesting, and I am enjoying learning more about all the racetracks around the United States. So far I've been to, I think I'm up to 27. I've only raced on about 7 of them. Should be in the bylaws for the PT Cruiser to be bought and raced at every drag and drive. Well, we know how much that people loved the PT Cruiser at Sick Week. Loved it so much that Tom Bailey had some choice words for it. All right, so the internet, we're going to take a break here just for a minute. And we are going to go to Don O'Neill and Tom Bailey. They are actually up here in the timing tower, so thankfully we had somebody much more attractive than me, which that's not setting the standards very high. But Don O'Neill is up here in the tower with the real Tom Bailey. So the real Tom Bailey did stand up, but now he's sitting down. We're going to go live on camera to them, and I guess this will happen right about now.
Thanks for handing me a cold mic, Derek. I appreciate that. Hot mic. Yes, Don O'Neill up in the tower with Tom Bailey, creator and mastermind of the sick promotion of drag and drive competition. Tom, first off, I want to get the most asked question out of the way so you and I can move on. Why are you not actually competing this week during Sick Summer 2023?
I think it came down to, it was just time. We only had so much time to get stuff ready. I wanted to make sure we got the other 2 cars here, everything with the event and everything going into it. That was the main reason. Just there wasn't enough time. And at the same point, we also have a Durango project that we're working on, that Bobby's on, that if I go to bring my car, then all of a sudden it's like I got to steal Bob to help get my car ready to go. And Durango project, we got a tight deadline we want to meet.
So, Tom, I think a lot of the people out there don't always think about about Tom Bailey, the racer, the drag and drive competitor. That's a difficult spot to be in, that you've got to take yourself out of the car and focus more on your customer base that's coming out here to support you during your first Sick Summer 2023.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Sick Week, the last 2 years, obviously I haven't lasted very long with it, but a time to plan. This couple weeks back, all that was great. That was an awesome experience with it, and it's just, like I said, it's time management, I guess, and picking that, hey, we want to make sure the event's as successful as we can make it, and the best thing was for me not to do it.
So the whole Porta-John rumor mill, Tom Bailey hasn't retired from drag and drive competitions.
Oh yeah, no, for sure not.
Yesterday.
Yeah, no, we got the ice cream truck. Well, it's now the barbecue truck, the Sick barbecue truck. So, but it is serving, like this morning we were giving out breakfast sausages or breakfast sandwiches. So the hot dogs were breakfast sausages. The ice cream sandwiches were breakfast sandwiches.
Base that's out here. Let's fast forward just one step into the fact of what you and your team announced and are working on. You did that last week, and it's coming up real soon.
Yeah, Sick Power Fest in August. We've always done a fundraising construction at M1. Roadkill is now moving up the road about a mile. So now M1 was completely open to where normally we share the facility on Friday. So, but there's $5,000 to win each one of the different things. So it's a big prize money deal with it. And I mean, should be great.
I was getting ready to ask, isn't that enough?
So yeah, no, it's enough. So we went from just doing Aussie burnouts last year to like, okay, let's expand that and now add all the rest of the elements to it. I'll have a plan, and then we'll be going down that road, and I'll be like, okay, now we're going to do this instead. It's just an evolution of the plan. It's not a new plan.
I heard one of your team members tell me that the operation plans for Sick, the magazine, and all your different types of events, you basically they all write their notes in dry erase marker because it's just going to change.
I don't know about that. I let them do their own thing. I mean, the great thing about it is we have a lot of great guys that and girls that
a little bit. There was a lot of talk during Sick Week and leading up to it through PRI, SEMA, and so forth at the end of 22 that Tom Bailey, you even came on.
The year was a lot easier than the first year because we'd already done it once. And literally like Sick Week is 95% planned for next year already with dates, track lockdown, and all of that because repeating the event's easy. An inaugural event is hard, and some dumbass decided that he wanted to add 3 more events this year, and now we're in the second event. So, and we still have the August event and then the Death Week that we're still trying to work out the details.
The one thing that Sick Week, obviously down south, now we have Sick Summer already going on. Is there any other part of the country that is out there that you feel like is not tapped yet for this expansion? You and your team have done an awesome job bringing new on.
No, I mean, from our standpoint, I mean, our goal is to do 4 events a year, like 1 per quarter. That's the goal. So it's like I want these other events, and I mean all the other events or some of the other events to be successful events that we want to support as the magazine. Like the start of the magazine was to cover Drag and Drive and to get in depth with Drag and Drive part of it, and then it evolved into us creating our own event to fill some of the changes that I thought as a racer. And I mean, I guess that's the other part to get into is like, I'm a racer. So that's the perspective that it comes. Difficult balance, but I always err on the side of the racer perspective, and then other people err on the side of the magazine perspective or the business perspective, but mine's for the racers. And some of the events are ran and promoted by racers, and those are usually the best ones because everybody has their own spin on it and what they want to do. So, and what's cool about it is, I mean, like I said, you got Devin's here competing, and he has his Street and Yeet event that goes on. His approach to it's always going to be different than my approach because his experience is different than mine. So, and that's what's cool, and I think that there's enough of that diversity, and then I see some of the some that's more where they've got, Matt Frost with Rocky Mountain Race Week. So he started the race at the end, the ladder or whatever like that is on the last day. And that's cool. Like that's something that like his people that were racing wanted and Matt thought would be a good fit for it. And it seems like it's working out good. So like, that's the thing is you want those personalities. You don't want an a la carte that like, hey, this is the best part about it is it doesn't matter if you've got a PT Cruiser or a 5-second street car. There's a place in the Drag and Drive community for every one of those cars to fit, and sometimes people feel like something's favoring others or favoring them. I mean, it doesn't, like, it's all going to work out in the long run.
Business side, it's always hard and almost damn near impossible to please everyone. But at the end of the day, when you're putting on events and you need customers, you need the racers to come in and support, you need to side for the racer. That's the fight that you need to put into. The best part right now for us during Sick Summer 2023 is we've had a really good attendance of people coming through the gate in the Midwest to see Sick Summer 2023. How does that make you feel being here for the first time putting this event on?
Oh, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, the spectators that are here, it's awesome. I mean, and there's a reason. I mean, I live in Michigan, but I picked the tracks here because when I've been to these tracks, the fan support and the diehard community of drag racers in this area has always amazed me anytime that I've gone through that local. And that's the great part that there's 30 events or however many events there are this year, is that, hey, there's something kind of everywhere. And the West Coast, definitely, I mean, Death Week was the call out to be the first like real West Coast one. But I mean, there's already been a couple other ones pop up out there. So, I mean, they're filling the voids. I mean, and that's where if there's racers that want to participate, then they are creating the area for them to go participate.
Tom, let's brainstorm a little bit. Let's play the, oh, golly gee wish maybe idea, right? The what if. As we're starting to get these regions broke down, different promoters, different drag and drive events across the country, is there a possibility that you could get, let's say, 6 promoters together of a series and legitimately crown a drag and drive champion in?
I don't know how that feels, because the reason that I got into drag and drive is because as my kids started to get a little bit older, I wanted to get back into racing. Well, I couldn't go racing every weekend or every other weekend or once a month or any of those things. And when I read about Drag Week, then I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I can get all my racing fix in 1 week for the year, and it'll be covered. And that is what so many of the people do, is like, hey, this is, whether it's this one or another one. And that's why it's important for us to make a great experience for the racers, is like they are using all their sick time to come here and race with us for a week and hang out. So you don't want them to have that vacation from hell. Like you want, well, it is a vacation from hell, but you do want it to be the good vacation from hell that like after they recover and a month later, they're like, oh, I can't wait to do that again. And that's the experience as a promoter that it's up to us to deliver to these people, is that, and these racers, is that they want to come back. Now, how many weeks off can somebody get a year and stuff like that to try and run something like that? That's why with NMCA, we've got those shootouts. NHRA, we just did a shootout, and trying to bring some of those weekend type shootouts into play that give drag and drive, and like any of the shootouts, like the NHRA one or the one we do with NMCA, it has to be a car that has completed a drag and drive event. Like we don't let a car that just says, yep, it's a drag and drive car, I can drive it in True Street. Nothing wrong with True Street and NMCA, but that experience of that 30-mile cruise is way different than a 500 or 800 or 1,000-mile cruise that we're doing in the course of a week. So that's call it your ticket into that club. And then we just randomly go through a list and people put the stuff, and we try and get 8 cars that are kind of equal, and then we put those in those shootouts. That's our way to try and have more stuff for the people to do. But I like I said, when we experienced yesterday at the drivers meeting, when I said how many people were at sick week, well, how many people was their first event? You probably had close to half the people that this is their very first event as a racer, which is amazing and awesome. And when you said how many people were at sick week, there wasn't very many people raise their hand, because there's a certain number of vacation days and stuff that people get. So you pick the events you want to do. Now, unfortunately, since all this time, I've gone down this road to where drag and drive, unfortunately, is my freaking life all day, every day now. And like, we're doing all these events all the time. And it's like, this is exactly the opposite of why I got into it. But it's fun and it's amazing. And like, that's the part, is like when you have the racers thank you, and like so many spectators come up and say, hey, thank you for putting this in this area. And like, and that's our idea, is not to change tracks every year, to try and get like a great core tracks like we have in Florida, and create another core track in this area that, hey, every year we're running the same tracks. Because I know that the more times that we come to an area, like the spectator count in Florida was higher this year than last year. So same thing is spectator count, if we come here next year, would be more than it is this year, because people in the areas start to learn about it.
Well, and so that leads me right in. Great segue there, Tom. Like, we've done this before. Sick ward. It's like the cracking in the door of meeting your dealer, if you will, and getting the fix to put in your arm to come out here and be a part of that. How did you come up with that brain idea?
Yeah, I mean, sick ward, because I've been to so many of these events as a racer, and there are people that, like, you'll be talking to them in the pits and everything, and they're like, oh shit, it's 1 o'clock, I gotta go make a pass. Like, dude, you weren't thinking about your pass all day? Well, no, they're here for the party. They're here because they want to do the drive. They want to go through all that stuff. So like, getting their pass is kind of their side thing that they just have to do, to like a checkpoint. And so that's the thing with sick ward, is like, hey, we need to give people a place that when they want to be in this community and like experience the whole thing, like the torture of what we do, then they can still come along and do all that, and they don't have to worry about that. So in exchange for going down the track and racing, they've got Drag Week champion Joe Barry as their bartender down there in the down there in the sick ward, taking care of them and giving food and beverage all week. So, and giving them that VIP experience there that, hey, they're trackside parking. They've got the best seat in the house to watch the stuff. They're in the gates with us every day, and they get to go along. And it's like, I call it Power Tour with actual entertainment. I mean, that's trademarked, but I don't know if I should say that. But there's that event going on that they cruise from city to city. Well, it's gotten so big and it's so great, but sometimes it lacks the entertainment value every day. So it's like, hey, we give you drag racing every day, and the other cool part about it is how many people in sick ward, we have that many fans coming with us every day to root the racers on and be there in the pits. And that's the other part that's amazing about this, especially like when you walk around today, is that there are so many fans around the cars, walking around looking at all the cars. Like that fan experience and giving a lot of these guys that, hey, they have their life savings, they have every night and weekend devoted into building this car. And it may only be a 16-second car, but that is where they fit in the category, and you have people walking up to them and asking about that car. So like that is what's cool, because you're giving them somebody that's coming, looking at their car, saying how great their car is, asking questions about the car. And a lot of times at the local track, if you just go to the test and tune and stuff, there's not a lot of fans there. So there's not a lot, you're kind of on your own. And it's like, this is build that community that, hey, everybody's as important as the next guy.
Oh, and that's absolutely correct, because if you think about like some of the interviews we've done, we talked to a gentleman and his son that brought a car yesterday to Cordova. It had only been 3/4 of a mile. Before he went through tech in May. Last night was his first drive. They had a huge smile on their face, giving me and the camera guy Josh a thumbs up because he made a lap today. The memory piece of that, how rewarding or fulfilling into you and your team when you get the feedback of the memories that are being made during sick week, during sick summer.
No, it's crazy, and it's so cool, and it's like people thank me, and I don't know like what to, because thank them for like buying into this idea and coming out and hanging out with us. And the same thing, it's like I had a guy come up to me today or whatever, and he said, thank you. Like my kid, all he did is watch YouTube and like play video games. Well, he watched your YouTube and now he's into cars, and here we are. Like, and that's right. That's the part. I mean, get these kids experiencing this stuff. Like this is drag racing is the greatest community that there is. Like, I mean, and that's like, and I think that's for real. That's not even me just saying that, but because everybody is friends, like in the others, like going through tech and everything, like everybody's jolly, having a good time, like no low stress. Like, I mean, this is, once again, you're using your vacation time to come do this. So it's got to be hard and fun at the same time. And I think that getting kids involved in that and them coming out to the track and seeing all that, I mean, these are our future racers, and that's what's important. And that's why those 20-second cars are so important, because you got to start somewhere.
And that, we talked about that before. We don't know, right? We do, but we don't know where our next generation, where our next, big wave of competitors and participants are going to come from. And you alluded to the fact that you made the comment that it's supposed to be hard, but you don't want it to be very stressful. Talking to Devin, that was his take. He's like, this is harder than heads up racing without the stress. And it's fun, but it's harder than going heads up and grudge racing. Is that always going to be the number one priority, or are we going to have somebody come in and save us from ourselves when it comes to being competitive in drag and drive?
No, I think that is the way it should always be. And call it fortunately or unfortunately, the reason there is no money in this event is because the money that would be given away for prize money would go to the top 2 or 3 people. Now, number one, it would get way more competitive than it is. The other is that 2 or 3 people would benefit from that money. So instead of that money going towards prize money, I mean, I don't know if you saw, like we got a rig with the track prep guys coming the day before, getting the track ready. We have unlimited glue from VP, so they'll back me up on that, I hope. Unlimited glue from VP to make sure that we are providing the best prep we can to give these racers the best surface that we can to be able to get down the track and have their best times that they can have. So that's money better spent to me than it is for 1 or 2 people to win the money at the end. It's much better to give that money to everybody benefits from that.
Well, I can totally attest to the fact that when we were doing sick week, the very first day I said to Warren, I said, so what are we running for? And he goes, a helmet. And I think I came to you in the staging lanes on like day 2 and said, "You're running for a helmet?"
Oh yeah, no, and that's the thing is like the top cars that are here that would benefit from winning that money, like literally whatever prize money there is a drop in the bucket towards what it takes to get that car here and the maintenance on that car and everything. So it's like, yeah, it's a nice little gift or whatever, but that gift once again only benefit a couple people. So to where it's better for everybody, because the others, like some of the tracks we go to, and we do the stuff at, is like the track prep, bringing our own guys in for prep is always going to be better than the test and tune night. So like if you want the best surface to run in, I mean, that's what we're trying to provide you. And that's why we're bringing in our own prep guys and everything to make sure that we can do what we can to make that happen and provide that surface.
Well, Tom, taking up a lot of your time, you're a promoter, and I mean,
Wait, we got one more thing.
you do? You have one more?
No, maybe just one more.
You got maybe? This is why you and I had a 2-hour podcast interview that I had to cut down to 60 minutes. All right, let's go.
So, but the drag and drive thing, and that's the part of converting. So we took it on ourselves, and that's part of the reason why my car's not here, because we had 2 cars to get here. Now, Joey and Aiden were on their own because like they were at our garage at M1 in 7 days, 5 hours sleep between the 2 of them over 7 days. And literally it was 4 p.m. and we had to leave to come here. And it's like, dude, we just got to put it in the trailer. And then we'll get there. You guys can sleep on the ride there. And then once we get there, talk to Doug at Motion. So we were going to Motion to work overnight to then get it ready. Well, then we came up with they were sleeping. I came up with the idea of driving down the road. I'm like, well, they can make it go through tech. They can make the lights and turn signals and all that stuff get through tech. And then once they go through tech, then we'll take it to Motion. And then they can work on finishing the car. So because then they have till 6 o'clock on Monday to make a pass with it. So that was the route that we went with it. And I think it was 11, well, Derek keeps saying, but it was around midnight Sunday night was the first time that car fired since the wreck 2 years ago, like when he wrecked it at Sick Week. And fired it up, drove it on the trailer, took it to the track. They spent most of the day working bugs out to get a pass in yesterday, which a 21-second pass or whatever, but that is like, that's a championship pass because what they pulled off and what they did, and that's the part that is the rewarding part of this, that unless you are a racer or someone doing it, you don't really understand the reward in the success of just making the thing run and live for the entire week and then being there on Friday. Because that's, people come to me all the time and they say, well, I don't know if my car is fast enough, or I don't know this, and they've never done it. I'm like, do the event first, because then worry about going fast, because chances are like you're not going to make it your first time. So there's good odds against you. So the idea is that you can do all that and get there to where you can make it to the end. So then the other is, we took a bracket car that we bought over Memorial Day weekend. So it's bracket car, found it on Racing Junk on Saturday of Memorial weekend, and I was on there looking for something. I'm like, oh, this would be a cool car to convert this to drag and drive, because the ad said cannot drive long distances. So I called the guy, it's like a 78-year-old guy or whatever. I'm like, well, it says can't drive long distances. He's like, well, it's got a 410 rear gear, it's got a flat tappet cam in it, and it's a gasser standing up in the air. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me we can do it. He's like, well, I don't know. He said, I won't drive it very far. Like, I just race it. And so then called EJ on Saturday and said, hey, what are you doing this weekend? Do you want to go to Virginia and go get a car? I said, because I can't go do it, but go grab a car. And she's like, okay, I'm on board. So she drove, first time truck and trailer or whatever, but she drove 12 hours, went and got the car, got back Memorial Day night at like 11, 12 o'clock. So the first time we touched the car was Tuesday. We literally backed it off the trailer, drove it into the shop, and then proceeded to start tearing stuff apart to fix stuff that we knew it needed, not knowing what else, other problems or whatever that there could be. But so in 4 days, we converted that from a bracket car into a drag and drive car. Well, successful 1 day drag and drive car. Hopefully by the end of the week, it's a successful drag and drive week-long car. But that's the other thing. It's not the fastest car. It's not anything. It's a really cool car. But the amount of stuff that we had to do to it is stuff that, hey, that a father and son can go work on in the garage. They can go buy, because it's already got a cage in it. So you can go buy one of these old bracket cars, and you can convert it back to a drag and drive car. That car was a street car at some point in its life. Right. So you can convert it back, and I feel like that's the most budget friendly way to try and get into this stuff, is to do something like that. And that's why we want to do proof of concept, which is then there ended up being way more things that we had to go through on the car, which also pushed my car off to the side that, hey, we just don't have time to mess with that. And the unfortunate thing is also between Aiden's car and that car, we also pulled Bobby off of the Durango for 2 days, which hopefully we don't come down 2 days short on our build, but Bobby's just the guy. So like everybody needs a Bob.
Well, I'm glad you brought that back up about EJ because I talked to her yesterday morning making the rounds in the pits, and she's like, I hadn't been anywhere in it, and she's got this smile. And then yesterday afternoon over at the Mickey trailer, she's got this smile, and it's like, oh, you're hooked. And she's like, yes, I hope he lets me go again.
Yeah, she was super nervous, like leading into it, and like some of the stuff she was asking me was like going to the auto parts store to get rags. I'm like, don't even worry about that right now. Like let's just concentrate on the task at hand. There'll be time for all that stuff later. I guess the other part too is literally Saturday when I found that car, and then EJ said she would go get it. So then I texted Sam and said, hey Sam, I know you wanted to do this event. I think I got the perfect car for you to do it in, and text Sam a picture. And I mean, Sam is like the greatest gentleman that there could ever be. And I tell him the idea, and he's like he didn't even hesitate. He's like, I'm in. I'm like, but Sam, once again, this is a bracket. It says can not be driven long distances. We don't know anything. We're just going to try and do something. And he's like, I don't care. I'm in. So now you got the old guy with the young girl with no experience, and it's just like Sack, who's riding with me in the ice cream truck. He said like the way that Sam is a teacher is amazing, because like he sits down and he's like, and we try and we teach the kids too, like with Aiden. And I mean, Aiden's first experience was a drag and drive event a few years ago, a Rocky Mountain Race Week. It's like never been down the track. It's like, so him and Richie Crampton built the ship box, and his first time down the track was at an event. I'm like, trial by fire is always the best way. Well, now EJ, trial by fire, it's the best way. We'll just put you in there. But Sam has been so patient with like explaining the what's and the whys, and it is just, it's an awesome thing to watch him teach her about drag racing. So very cool.
Well, and that goes back to the whole memory process of being out here and learning and so forth. So from a family aspect and just making memories out here, automotive enthusiasts, the fans that come out and hang out together and so forth, all the relationship building that goes on with the sponsors, you have created a festival-like event, a Woodstock, if you will. I mean, this is just continuing to grow, and to hear all the feedback from the people in the area in the Midwest. You may be your own Frankenstein.
What's that even mean?
You created your own monster.
Oh, well, Frankenstein's not the one that created Frankenstein, right? Wasn't it? Who?
Frankenstein isn't the monster.
Frankenstein was definitely the monster. Yeah, Frankenstein. He didn't create himself. Well,
there you go. See,
I knew where I was going. Leave the guy alone with the microphone. Anyway, Tom.
Should have just went with it.
Yeah, right. But these tough room, always a tough room. That's the thing. Absolutely, Tom. Thank you very much. I know the track equipment for folks on the live stream. They're working tirelessly to get the track dry so we can get them back to a surface. I'm sure everybody on the live stream is going, or are they going to pull the plug? Are they going to pull the plug? Or you're part of Team No Quit, right?
Oh yeah, hell no. Like, I mean, I don't know what the drive is tonight, but it's probably 120 miles or whatever. No, we're going to stay here to race. I mean, literally it was, I mean, as far as I could see, I mean, it was a pop-up cloud that hopefully is gone now and we can get the surface back. I mean, it's going to be cooler temperatures, so people will be going faster. So, I mean, no, we're here to race.
All right, folks, on live stream, that's the man himself, Tom Bailey. We appreciate you tuning in. We're going to get you a little more fun interviews and information as we move along. Tom, thank you as always for your time. And folks, stay tuned. Live stream. We're going to throw some commercials and interviews at you. We'll be right back.
Makes a lot of muscle cars just drivable. This front section will bolt to the transmission. We got 3 planetary gears, all steel carrier, very high horsepower handling. 456 diff car will be just like it has a 355 diff when it shifts into overdrive.
Hey guys, have you subscribed to Sick the Mag? You know it's a magazine for the drag and drive community. Get over sickthemag.com, subscribe now. It's more like a book than a magazine actually. See you later.
'23 Sick Summer, horsepower, cars, stories, families. Well, guess what? Causes, great causes, become part of this Sick Summer 2023. I'm over here with Joe and Rachel. Joe, let's talk about F Cancer over here running in the D class. Tell us and our folks at home that are watching on the live stream how you and Rachel ended up with this project.
You know, we built the car kind of as just a family project, and we got into racing after leaving the kind of 4x4 community, and we decided to do something special for Rachel's mother, who passed away 3 years ago, fought breast cancer, then fought lung cancer, and we wanted to just, she always supported us doing whatever we wanted to do, and we decided to throw her on the car. That's who's up on top, and just race for her and those that can't get out and drive anymore.
What's been the response from the drag and drive community? I'm coming from the drag racing world, and we get behind causes because everybody has got somebody in their life that it impacts. Yeah. How is it over here in the drag and drive world for you guys?
Overwhelmingly great. I mean, you got people from all walks. We're stopping at gas stations. People are coming up and talking to us. People are honking their cars as we go by. But the community here is this is our first time, and we're blown away by the welcome that we've gotten and the attention the car has gotten and the drive to raise awareness for this cause. So
there's two things about your program in this drag and drive. One, you've got a foundation that you've set up. Let's tell our folks about that.
So we're doing the BCRF, Breast Cancer Research Foundation. We've got that. That's set up on our Instagram. You can go there, click the link, and then it goes straight to bcrfcure.com, and then you can donate there. And then we're doing another thing, kind of, it was an impromptu thing based off of some stuff that we had happen recently close to home. We decided to reach out to people, put names on the car for people who are survivors, currently fighting, or have lost their battle. And then we can take them on a ride and, just memorialize them as best way we can. So,
Joe, Rachel, well, the best part about that is that I can totally relate on so many fronts, losing a father, losing a mother, grandparents, and most recently, my late wife. Folks, you heard them talk about the foundation. Follow these guys online all week long. I can only imagine the support that you're getting out there. But for me personally, I'm going to add my name, my late wife's name, to your back glass. And I greatly appreciate you two doing this. Hashtag do it for die. Folks, stick with them. I know everybody out there has got somebody that's been affected by a form of cancer. It's not just about great times. It's about great causes and great people. Sick Summer 2023. Let's get back at it.
So once again, we are continuing to try and dry the racetrack after Mother Nature has thrown us some moist conditions. Yeah, we don't use the R word. Remember, R word is bad juju. I don't care what anybody tells you. You do not use the R word. You also do not wash your car the day of an event. Number 3, don't talk about Fight Club. For everybody that is still online, over 3,000 strong, thank you so much for being on board. And while we wait for Keith Turk and Don O'Neill to get set up for their interview, there is something that I would like to talk about. It has been mentioned by several people on social media. It has also been brought to my attention very early in the day yesterday, before word got out. It's going to take this a little bit the different turn. I don't want to get into sad things, but I do feel like it does need to be addressed. So one of the things I would like to talk about is, unfortunately, we did lose one of the drag and drive community, I believe on Sunday, was what I was told. For those of you that may remember, Shane McClelland, as he drove the Krusty Nova. It was the one that was a first-gen Chevy Nova. It was built by 417 Motorsports. And the car ran a lot faster than most people would give it credit for. The underpinnings of it really gave meaning to the term sleeper. And unfortunately, Shane passed away from a boating accident on Sunday. Really good guy. I had the pleasure to be able to talk to him on the phone a few times, as he did do not only Hot Rod Drag Week, but he also did some NMCA True Street in the past. And the Krusty Nova was a very well-known car, but because of business obligations, I know that Shane stepped away from it for a little while. And when I talked to him earlier this year, he had told me that he had considered getting back into drag racing after being away from it for a while. But the thing about the Krusty Nova is he didn't want to turn it into something that it really wasn't. To go faster, that car would have lost a lot of its identity. So he had told me that he had considered getting into something faster, but had never really kind of found what he wanted. So Shane had been out of the drag racing scene for quite a while and had taken up boating as well, but unfortunately passed away from a boating accident on Sunday. So it has been put out on social media in several places, and obviously, as I said, we hate losing anybody before their time is up. But Shane McClelland was definitely a guy that was well known in the drag and drive community, and we will miss seeing him as well as miss seeing the Krusty Nova. So, Shane, we hope that if you're upstairs watching, that you watch over all the drag and drive community. You will definitely be missed. So while we are continuing to dry the racetrack, I'll go ahead and throw it at the chat room one more time. Try not to ask some of the same questions that you have before, but Keith Turk and Don O'Neill are getting set up. So if you want to throw some questions up on the live stream, feel free to do so, and I'll answer when I can. Tom Bailey, thankfully, has covered most of the stuff of why isn't Tom running and is the real Tom here and so forth. So while we're getting set up here in the tower with camera equipment and so forth, like I said, you can feel free to throw some questions up if you want. Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, not only if you want to throw up questions for me, feel free to put questions up for Keith Turk. If you would like us to ask Keith Turk, make sure you put Keith in the right. So say for Keith or put Keith. That way I'll know to write them down, and we'll make sure we try to ask him. Who cuts my hair? I really don't think you want to know the answer to that. How much fun is it doing this? David, it's a lot of fun, but it's very tiring. I will put it that way. During sick week, I don't think I slept more than 3 hours a night. How long expected for delay? That's a good question. I don't know yet. It's going to just be how long it takes to get the track back up from the weather. What's the schedule for tomorrow? We will run 9 to 3 tomorrow and Thursday, 11 to 5 on Friday. All right, so I am starting to write down questions for Keith Turk. So everybody bear with me, please, while I continue to go through what we have online slowly. Junior Johnson saying, Derek, Ozark Raceway Park is doing a tribute to Shane this weekend. That's good to see. Thank you very much for relaying that. Favorite beer and whiskey. Jake, is that a question for Keith Turk or is that a question for me? Because I think Keith would definitely have a good feedback on favorite whiskey. I do know he likes some of that stuff. When he's at Dragon Drives, I know he's a big fan of cold Diet Coke. Ice cold. It has to be ice cold, correct. Problem is that I've got to be able to dig back from. Too many parties. No, I wouldn't say that's the problem. I'm just following the drives, plus the fact that I write race wraps every day, takes some time. LS or 2JZ? That's a good question. I mean, both of them can make a lot of power, so as cool as it is to see a lot of people getting fast times out of the LS power plant, as many of them as are made, I like seeing some of the 2JZ swaps. We've started to see 2JZ swaps in Mustangs and some of the other oddball stuff. All right, so while we continue to populate questions, I'll make sure I keep those coming so I can feed them over to Don when we get a chance. But I do believe we are ready to go live and online here. So for those of you that would like to jump on Tom Bailey's YouTube channel, Don O'Neill is going to do an interview with Keith Turk. I'm sure it'll be amazing, considering that Keith always has lots of stuff to talk about. And by the way, the mic is hot this time.
Hand it to me hot, Derek. That's always the way I'll take it. So there's nothing better than sitting down and talk with the most liked man in the pits and the most hated man in the pits. I've got the rules guru, the poobah himself, Keith Turk. Keith, we're day two. We'll get into day two here shortly. Let's go back. You and I spent some time, sick week. We talked a little bit about rules and so forth. Let's bring the live chat or the live stream audience up to speed, as well as maybe possibly some of the fans that are here on property. What was a couple of the big changes that you made coming out of Sick Week prior to Sick Summer?
I don't know there were as much big changes as there were tweaks to rules. You know, a lot of the things that we did, we simply did as a matter of course. So, like, for example, Gear Vendors as a sponsor, we allowed them to do anything they wanted in quarantine. They could bring their products over, they could work on their products, they could fix their products, they could do whatever they wanted. So what we decided is it wasn't a good look. It wasn't a bad program, it just wasn't a good look. So we decided, okay, you can provide products and parts in quarantine, but you cannot provide labor services. That was a big tweak. Another tweak is we kind of changed some front end rules in the rule book itself, you know, to allow a one-piece front end in modified.
How did I really? And I can be wrong, right? I'm a racer, you know. It just okay. You're not letting the sponsor, you know, provide racer support in quarantine. Okay, all right. I can. Okay, let's talk about the front ends. I feel like the front end aspect was probably you probably received more pushback or feedback off of that than making the adjustment in the sponsor quote unquote racer support.
Not really. The racer support sponsor deal was like, again, with the laptops. You know, what can a person do with a laptop? We can't have a rule about something we can't control. One thing I can guarantee you is I can't control tuning. I can't make sure somebody doesn't tune somebody else's car in quarantine, outside of quarantine, or anywhere else, because he can sit there and do it on an iPhone and I'll never know. So, but we also said, hey, it's not a good look to have somebody in quarantine working on your car, on top of your car, on a laptop. So that was actually the biggest pushback we got. The front end rule was specifically about a lot of how Tom Bailey wants to have the sick events portrayed. We want to have the fastest modified cars in the class. So part of that was also the front end rule. To me, when you say, is this front end, can I buy this front end as a one-piece front end? And it says one-piece front end. I'm sorry, that's a one-piece front end. But there are other institutions that have already given you the one piece with a hood being separate makes it two pieces. So it's no longer a one-piece front end. Again, I don't care. All I'm going to do is say, here's what the rule says. Here's how I'm going to read the rule. I'm going to read it, interpret it this way every time for everybody and make sure everybody's absolutely equal to the best of my ability.
I want to go back.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I saw there was a comment in one of, and I forget exactly when it was because obviously this was back in March, April timeframe, the tuning piece.
Yeah.
So there was a comment made about in quarantine, well, when they roll in, give them a little bit of time, take the laptops away from the car competitors in quarantine so that we don't have this remote in and all of this. And I'm sitting back there and I'm a racer, right?
Right. You want me to take your data logs away from you? You want me to take away your ability to tune your car? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So somewhere in here, there's got to be some give and take. We got to figure it out.
We had Tom Bailey on a little while ago.
Okay.
We talked about hard work, less stress.
Right.
Some of this back and forth about racer support and sponsors and stuff, it makes it feel like we're stressing. We're creating this drama factor of trying to put pinholes in helium balloons for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Is it really that big of a deal?
Not to me. Not to me. The honest answer is that I can't control tuning. So you take your laptop over, hand it over the quarantine wall, I don't care. I just don't want your guy to be sitting there on top of your car tuning your car. That's 3 people in a car that carries 2. That's not okay. You know, I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to take their laptops away from them because that's their lifeblood. That's how they live. You know, so am I wrong?
No, I don't want, actually, I'd like for you to get the heck out of my trailer because I don't want you near my laptop.
Again?
Yeah, again.
I've been thrown out of better places by better people. You know?
Right. Me too. Me too. All right. So let's fast forward into day 2 now. We're in day 2. We're in a different part of the country, right? We've got different competitors. We have a lot of first timers. What's been your cup overflow on rules clarifications? How many people have you had to go and say, hey guys, that's not how this is interpreted? Or let me get you back over here between the mustard and the mayonnaise.
Not a lot of any of that, really. In all honesty, the vast majority we got like 50% of the competitors are brand new, never done this before, fresh pitch and fresh paint, never been raced. They got nothing. So a lot of it's just, here's what you can do, here's what you can't do. A lot of questions about, hey, can I go get my jack handle that I left in the trailer? No. Of course you can. Go get your jack handle. I mean, one of the things about the difference in the SICK events and, like, say, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, which we also run, this event is meant to be fun. We all want everybody to follow the rules. We want everybody to do everything correctly. We want to have a good time while we're doing it. I don't want to have people on top of each other going, oh, that guy, and it just doesn't work. It's not fun for everybody. So I want everybody to have a good time.
Well, I know a lot of people probably wouldn't really think about this, but this is tiptoeing on the side of entertainment business and vacation time, and can we please make some happy memories?
It's all about that. It's all about us having a mutual experience and becoming friends with each other and bonding with each other through this event and this experience. If the experience is good, we're going to have a great time. I'm not going to let you blatantly cheat. That's just not part of the process. If I get a protest, I'm going to read the rules. It's going to be black and white, and we're just going to go with what the rules say. It's not rocket science. That part of it's real easy. But the highball, tight interpretation, the squeezing somebody down, I'm not going to do that. I'm not sitting here walking around looking for people to be doing things wrong. Just not what we do. It's not what we do here at this event. We don't even do it at Drag Week.
Let's go with that. How many of these first timers for SICK Summer have said, well, I competed, or that's not how Rocky Mountain does it. That's not how Billy Bob and Suzanne down on the farm does it. I mean, have we had any crossover?
No. These are people that have never done a drag and drive ever. They've been watching it on the internet. They're going, man, I'd really like to do that. And then we've shown them that you can do that. And that's, Don, I want to talk about the Mustang. I really do, because that's what this is about. The reality is there's about 25 to 50% of the people that are brand new, have never done it before, are literally here racing for the very first time in their life, going down a drag strip for the very first time in their life. Not only are they clueless, they couldn't send out for a clue. I mean, it's just crazy. But it's perfect. That's what it's supposed to be, right?
Well, it absolutely is. We have to grow the market. We have to get new competitors in. We have to get new participants in, regardless of what economic level it may be, how fast they may be, how quick they may be, how much horsepower they may have. We need to grow this. The festival-like atmosphere. I mean, this morning I got up at 6, went out for a walk, and down the right-hand side of the racetrack, there's pop-up tents going up. We got trucks backing up. We're cooking breakfast. We got coolers out, and the fans are out here in droves. And we can only hope and pray that some of these fans that are coming out here today, next year when we come back for SICK Summer, and I'm assuming 2024, that they'll be part of the SICK Ward, or they'll be out here for their first time.
Well, you mentioned where we are. What you don't realize is that where we are yesterday specifically in Cordova, we're literally within Hot Rod Magazine's total subscriber base. 50% of it was within 500 miles of Cordova, Illinois. Literally, 50% of Hot Rod Magazine's subscription base is right around 500 miles around. It is.
I did not know that.
20 years ago, we actually looked at it. Where's the subscription base? Where are we going to do this event? And that's where we did it. The Midwest is this magical place to do this because there's so many spectators. There's so many racers in the area. And they only have like a weekend a year called summer.
Not wrong.
I don't understand this whole white thing, but it lays on the ground in the wintertime. And they have time to work on cars,
Right.
So, ain't no crops in the field. They're just cars. So they work on cars. No, seriously, it's a phenomenal place with a phenomenal group of people. And again, as we expose it to people and people try it and find out, wow, or they'll watch a couple of young kids out there running a 67 Mustang trying the best they can with nothing, they'll realize, hey, even I could do this.
Absolutely, and as I start to get a bigger smile on my face as Mother Nature has popped out from behind the clouds and we're starting to get a few rays of sunshine for those of you on the live stream. Keith, moving forward in the drag and drive, where do you see the next? Hey, we're gonna have to implement something here in a category. Where you're always a proactive that may very well be the military in us, but we try to foresee into the future. What do you have on your plate right now?
I'm going to say this as crazy as it sounds. I think some of the guys and I talked about it the other day. I think we've blown up the drag and drive community. We've got 30 events. I think that will decrease. I think that will go over a hill. Economies of scale. Hey, everybody wants in because there's money involved. And the people that are not worried about the money involved are the people that are really going to make this work. So there's some organizers, like guys like Tom. Tom doesn't care about the money. He's here about the passion of being a racer. Tom is about as hardcore a racer as you'll ever find. I've worked with him as a competitor for years and years and years. So in this capacity, the reality is it's the racers that are controlling this, what we do and what we don't do. How many events will we have? I suspect we'll have less events. I don't think the rules will get tighter. I think what you'll see with Tom's rules, I think, is we're just trying to make the rules as even as possible and make them as readable as possible, which is hard. It's hard to interpret them. So the reality is, though, you just read it, figure it out, and you're going to be in one of those classes. It depends on how much you've modified your car. So I don't see a lot of changes, honestly. I really don't. I see a lot more of the slower competitors. The dial your own, the pro dial your own, the bullseye. Great classes for the entry-level guy.
Yeah. All right, Keith. I feel like you and I are getting ready to play like the newlywed game here or something. I'm not real sure how this is going to go. All right, go ahead, Derek.
All right, so thanks very much to everybody on the live stream. Here's what we've got so far. I wonder if we should start with a serious question or a funny one. We'll start with a good question, I guess. Have you done any drag racing or just land speed stuff?
I have done a little bit of drag racing. I owned the Disco Nova for a while, and I've run several cars down the strip at Drag Week over the years. But my primary interest has always been land speed racing. That's how we got here. When Freiberger brought us to this place, he brought us here. We were racing partners at Bonneville, so he brought us here because Bonneville's a very family-oriented deal, and we are very along. We built Drag Week originally along the same guys as Bonneville and the land speed racing community, much more so than the drag racing community per se. So
it's perfect that you lead into that because that was going to be something else I was going to ask. Yeah,
and I've never drag raced before ever.
No, we know. Little tiny bit of sarcasm there.
I heard you had a car, but you weren't. Never mind.
All right, so that leads us into question number 2. Are you running Bonneville this year?
We're not racing Bonneville this year, but Tanya and I are going to go help out with registration and tech. So I'll be doing tech at Bonneville this year and kind of hanging out, holding hands, jumping rope. Those are my people. You walk around there. It's kind of like walking around here. These are my people, So there you go.
Shaking hands, kissing babies, what have you?
Yeah, holding hands, jump rope, smoking dope with the Pope. There you go.
Okay, I got to remember not to laugh like I did when Tom was popping up out of EJ's 57 Chevy. Okay, so next question. What is the status of the Land Speed Camaro?
Land Speed Camaro is sitting in my shop. It's ready to go racing. Dave and I were going to go racing in May, and we called each other and we were kind of chatting about it. And he's like, hey, Keith, we own the record. So we're only racing on our own record. Why don't we let somebody beat it before we go jump on it? I mean, it's $10,000 to go out to L.A. and do the whole drill. So, yeah, why don't we take a chill pill on that? I want to talk about one thing I was just telling Don, a little bit off skirt. From Bonneville, one of the things I've brought to the drag racing community is that every time I leave a car on the Bonneville Salt Flats, when I turn the car off at the end of the course, I always do a bailout. I do it because I want to know and understand how to get out of a car correctly, quickly, should there an event like a fire, because at Bonneville, you're so much farther away that the fire crew can't get to you as quickly. You want to be able to bail out of a car. Alex and I had that conversation not very long ago. Did you see how well she got out of that car?
Yes, quick.
You do a bailout every time you leave a car. Why not? It's just practice.
No, that's a very good point, especially when you talk about the fact that a lot of the safety standards have been changed this year, mostly the Hans device that's now going to be required for everybody going over 150 miles an hour. That was updated. So let's ask a good question for the Drag and Drive community. Will the 850 limited classes ever allow Lenkos? If so, or if not, why? Don't look at me. I'm just relaying what they said.
Doesn't that kind of just...
I didn't have anything for him. Do you have anything for him? I got nothing.
I really don't.
Remember, I am a vessel of the internet. I did not create the question.
Vessel, as it were.
Okay, I've been called worse than leaky. That's fine. All right, so let's switch it up. How long does it take to grow a manly mustache?
I don't know. I'll let you know when I get one.
Okay, and we'll end with this. How long were you in the Army, and thank you for your service?
Thank you very much. Spent 20 years in the Army, flew Cobras, Apaches, and then after 20 years, I retired as Chief Warrant Officer 4, and then I did 7 years of teaching booger-eating morons how to fly helicopters. That was it. That was good. I was easy. I was nice. I didn't say pimply faced loon.
No, you didn't say it.
I didn't. I was good. So no, I taught kids to fly for 7 years, which was a treat. You know, here's a stick. Here's a stick. You're flying a helicopter before? No, sir. But I am. But I am now, and I might add, you're not very good at it. And at the end of that flight, they give you a nickel from the year they were born. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah.
I'll let Don wrap this up since he has a face made for TV. Mine is for radio. Here you go.
Thanks, Derek. No, I'll tell you what. Yes, absolutely. The one thing a lot of people don't know, Keith and I do share a similar background, being that I'm an Army aviation guy as well. So it made it very easy for Keith and I to hit it off from the top. I want to talk about something. So I saw somebody make a comment walking, Alex Taylor being drugged back to the pits. Did you catch that?
I did. And here's the deal. When this actually happened at Union Grove many years ago, like 10 years ago. Two last times ago, we went to Union Grove. And what happened was you get to have all these people that break at the big end because they're trying to test the limits of their equipment, right? We frequently find those limits. So if they break at the big end, they have to get back to their pits. Their tools are back here, not down there. So we originally said you had to get tractors or safety or whatever. In reality, we finally realized to get people off of the big end, we don't care how you get back to your pits. Period. It doesn't matter. Now, if you show up with your Pro Mod and you go down to that end and you can't get back to the pits every time, there's going to be a problem. But if you have an event on the course and you need to be towed back, perfectly acceptable.
It was a really good content piece because EJ towed Alex back.
Right. And EJ was cool. Looked good doing it. I mean, it's a great looking car. I mean, so no, that is perfectly acceptable. And if EJ was up on the side of the road and she wanted to tow her to the next off ramp to get her off the road, that would have been cool too. I mean, anything you would do normally. This is a 2-lane blacktop gig. This is you and I going out racing our car, having fun with our junk, going down the course. Hey, if it breaks, we'll fix it. We'll get it back. We can't fix it without tools. So real world, that's not a problem. The problem is when it occurs the second time. Then you'll see me. The second time you need to get towed back, I'm going to come see you.
Well, there we go. Keith, thank you very much for taking some time out. Again, the most liked guy, but also the most hated guy. But for somebody that gets to wear both of those hats, you always got a smile on your face. And I know, just like Tom, you're always for the racer.
Absolutely.
Just got to be smart.
Period. That's, the whole goal in life is to make sure these guys are having a good time.
Thanks again for stopping by, Keith. Folks, on the live stream, the sun is out. Track drying process is going on. We're going to throw some more interviews at you, and you're just going to have to stick around and see who pops up in the chair beside me when we come back. 6th Summer 2023, Byron Dragway. Hang out. Here's Derek.
I guarantee you, your brakes don't spin like this. Get you some TBMs and they might.
6th Summer 2023, we talk about cars, we talk about the stories, we talk about the reasons. But there's something else about drag and drive events for Tom Bailey with Sick Week and 6th Summer. It's called the Sick Ward. I showed up this morning and I got told that the sickest person that was on property was the guy that was over here in Sick Ward. Joe Barry, legend in the drag and drive competition. Joe, why are you over here passing out candy bars and drinks?
Well, this is a way better way to spend the week. No stress, slinging some Mountain Dews, handing out some potato chips. It's good because when we actually do these events, you basically go on no sleep, you don't get to eat at all. So this here allows people we're set up here in the sick ward, So they can come over here, they can snack, get coffee, get water. I mean, it's hot out here. We want everyone to stay hydrated. They can come by and, just snack.
For a drag and drive competitor like yourself, to just kind of take a step back, take a breath, and put yourself in the other competitors, in their mindset, are there things that transpired here in the planning process for the Sick Ward for Sick Summer that you were like, hey, Tom, hey, Jenny?
They have a plan. They have a program already set up. I'm here as a guest mainly to help facilitate the process. It's really, I mean, we call it Sick Ward, but we're really a hospitality tent for a better, way to describe it. So we were providing something a little bit extra for their participation. It allows them, because they don't get a race, they're going to follow along and enjoy the whole route, but this just makes their day a little bit better, I guess. They kind of get an opportunity to snack and just enjoy and be part of the event, but not have to race the car down the track.
Well, in Florida, Joe, the Sick Ward during Sick Week, it was an opportunity for somebody like me who's new to the drag and drive world to come in, and it offers a chance, a glimpse for you to come out, not stress yourself out, or your co-driver, your significant other, your son, your daughter, whomever it is that you put in the car with you. I think the Sick Ward is a great way to just tip your toe in to being involved in the drag and drive competitions.
Oh, absolutely. What it allows is people that are kind of on the fence. They don't know what to expect. So this gives them an opportunity to kind of get a firsthand experience without having to do it and possibly fumble around doing it to the full extent of the drag race, working on the car, and try driving between track to track. Here they can come, they get to do everything except drive the car down the track. So they're not stressed out having to work on the car, worry if the car is going to make it to the next place. And then they can go home and think about it, hey, I think I can do this. I'm in the next one, I'm going to go in and I'm going to do this. There's a bunch of other crazy people, so I may as well join them.
Well, there is definitely one thing about drag and drive competitions. Everybody that comes inside the gate is actually given that label of crazy.
Yeah, and the bad part is we pay to do this. It isn't like we're getting paid to come here. We actually pay to do it, and we go and do it over and over and over again. No matter how bad. I mean, I've quit every year, and before the next year comes around, hey, I'm ready to do it again. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Well, I'll tell you this: you're not the only one, because I'm a race car driver. I quit last season, and then the season, the year came back around. It's like, what are you doing? Well, we're gonna go race, all right, folks. Summit Racing, Peak Performance, the Peak Squad, hanging out here, the Sick Ward, Sick Summer 2023, and Joe said they had candy bars and drinks around here. So, guys, get back to work. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll see you after a while. See you, Joe.
See ya.
Antifreeze and coolant, fueled by freedom. Freedom and peak performance is what this feller lives for. And it's what I build into every going-to-town rig that rolls out of my garage. It's that feeling you get when you're behind the wheel, pushing the engine to the limit, and not stopping until the old tires pop. And when the day is done, there's nothing more satisfying than cracking open some cold snacks, kicking off the old earth stompers, and blasting some rock and roll on the old Radial. So let's rev up our engines and chase our dreams, because we're fueled by freedom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. I have an announcement about what we are doing. So we've had a chance to discuss with the powers that be. Here's the problem. We have another storm heading our way. It should be here in less than 15 minutes. And considering how long it would take us to continue finishing drying the track, as of now, we would not be back on the racetrack until at least 2:30. We were supposed to originally be done at 3 o'clock. Now, as Tom Bailey and Keith Turk mentioned in their interviews, we want this to be a fun experience. We don't want to keep everybody here until late at night and then put them on the road for a couple hundred miles before the next event. So we are going to cancel today as we did not complete one full session. So today's times will not count. We are concluding today's activities. So competitors, you can pack your things, come to the top floor of the tower and get a route map if you do not want to download one off the Sick the Magazine website. And you're free to get on the road. To the spectators and everybody that came out to join us, we're sorry. We wish we could have completed the day today, but Mother Nature had other plans. As I mentioned, we would not be on racetrack for at least another hour and a half, and considering that we have more coming, it wouldn't have allowed us to complete the first session, just the first session, before nightfall more than likely, as there's still a lot of cars that have not made passes yet. So that's the reason that we are canceling the day today, and we're going to get everybody on the road and head for Great Lakes Dragaway. So on behalf of Tom Bailey, the Sick Magazine crew, we appreciate all of you coming out. We know we have seen some good action this morning before Mother Nature had her way with us. We would highly advise you to get to your vehicles in the next 20 minutes as we do have another storm cell heading for us right now. And actually, yeah, based on looking behind the tower, it may take less time than that. So everybody, please drive safely. Again, we thank you all so much for coming out and supporting not only Sick the Mag and Sick Summer, but also supporting Byron Dragway. Seeing all of you out here has truly been a great experience. Thank you so much for doing so. Again, we apologize for the weather. Obviously, we have little control over that. But we will get on the road and we will head to Great Lakes Dragaway for tomorrow. For everybody that is on the live stream, thank you so much for sticking with us. We appreciate all the great questions for Keith Turk and Tom Bailey. And we will join you on the live stream again tomorrow. So on behalf of the great crew, we appreciate everybody coming out. Once again, please drive safely home. We will see you for Wednesday at Great Lakes Dragaway. Hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are still on the property, I've been told that there was a lot of fresh food over at the concession stand on the left side of the racetrack, and they'll make you some good deals on it rather than it go to waste. So if you would like something to eat or drink, please visit the concession stand on the left side of the racetrack. and they will give you a great deal on selling you some foods and beverages rather than it going to waste.